Chapter 1209, Give Me a Retrial. Yang Hao had always been a successful genius. He'd been born into a force with a heaven body tier elite, and he had displayed an outstanding cultivation talent from a young age. He had always been as brilliant as the radiant sun in the sky, and people all revered his prodigiousness no matter where he went. His family had extremely high hopes of him. Moreover, he was an invincible prodigy among those of the same generation as him. Everyone respected and feared him. In fact, he had managed to defeat all prodigies that stood in his way even after arriving at the majestic heaven sect. He was the true cream of the crop. He was blessed by the heavens, and he was destined to become a ruler of a region. However, he had suffered great humiliation at the hands of Ling Han. Although it wasn't Ling Han who had defeated him, the fact remained that he had almost been beaten to death by Empress Luan Xing. In the end, he had lost a significant amount of his life essence. This was a great stain on his name, and he would definitely exact revenge on Empress Luan Xing in the future. Right now, however, he would kill Ling Han first that would collect some interest. Han Lin, killing fellow disciples is a serious crime. Not only that, but it's also a despicable action. His voice was cold, and he continued, I suggest that we tie him up in front of the sect entrance and slice a piece of his flesh off every day. We'll continue until he bleeds out and his life essence withers. So ruthless, everyone exclaimed in their minds. It was extremely difficult for immortals to die. As long as their vitals weren't obliterated, they could live on even if their limbs were severed or their blood was drained. After all, severed limbs could regrow, and blood could also be regenerated. However, these recovery methods all consumed one's life essence. Life essence couldn't be seen or touched, yet it did indeed exist. In fact, there were sinister techniques that could suck one's life essence and transform it into nourishment for the wielder of the sinister technique. Doing so would increase the wielder's lifespan by a slight amount as well as aid the growth of their cultivation. It was clear that Yang Hao wanted Ling Han to experience a slow and excruciating death. He would only die when his life essence completely ran out. This was incredibly cruel. Gao Huang and Hua Yangwen were both secretly alarmed. This young man was an extremely ruthless individual. They definitely couldn't offend him. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, Yang Hao, how pathetic of you. Come, suppress your cultivation level and fight against me. See how I wipe the floor with you. Yang Hao sneered, and said, Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to fight against me? Don't say that I'm bullying you. If we were at the same cultivation level, I could give myself a handicap of one hand and one foot. Ling Han placed his left hand behind his back, then cracked a grin, and said, Actually, I can also handicap my right hand if you want. He placed his right hand behind his back. Arrogant, how extremely arrogant. Uncle Yang, why don't we restrain him first? We can give him some heavy punishment to make him more obedient, Gao Huang suggested. Although he was much older than Yang Hao, and although his cultivation level was also slightly higher, he still placed himself in an extremely lowly position. It was fairly hard for such a proud person to act so subserviently. Yang Hao nodded, and said, Great idea. Restrain him. He gazed at Ling Han. How could such a measly being challenge him? Absolutely preposterous. Ling Han's heart shivered. They were finally going to bare their fangs. Once they did, it would also be time for him to enter the Black Tower. He would exact his revenge another day. Humph. It looks like you still haven't learned your lesson yet. You're still biting people like a mad dog. There was a cold humph as Hu Feiyun walked over. However, the aura that radiated from her was far above the mountain river tier. It was Empress Luan Xing. Ling Han's brows knit into a frown. He had already planned his escape. However, the actions of Empress Luan Xing could potentially derail his plans. After all, How could he stay in his black tower if Empress Luan Xing was caught in a dangerous situation? She had stepped in to help him, so how could he sit by idly? This was not to mention the budding relationship between him and Empress Luan Xing. Yang Hao had never been afraid of anyone before. However, fear appeared on his face when he saw Empress Luan Xing. He had been beaten senseless by her, so it was hard not to fear her. Pa! The Empress lashed out with her palm, and Yang Hao was instantly sent flying. Pooh! Clouds of blood exploded from Yang Hao's body, and his life essence instantly started to wither. He had been severely wounded. Fortunately, the Empress had held back. Otherwise, how could Yang Hao have survived the attack of a heavenly body tier elite? Madam, this is already the second time, an icy voice said. This was the majestic heaven sect. Two figures materialized in the air. They both looked to be 50, and an air of primal chaos shrouded their faces, making it impossible to see their features clearly. For heavenly bodies hovered behind their bodies. Father. Gao Huang and Hua Yangwen were delighted to see these two figures. They were the fourth and sixth disciples of Venerable Trinity Gao Fang, the leader of the Gao faction, and Hua Yongning, the leader of the Hua faction. They were both elites at the peak stage of the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Madam, you've gone too far. Hua Yongning said coldly. This is the majestic heaven sect, not your chaotic star's majestic empire. You too want to obstruct me? Empress Luan Xing asked calmly. However, there was a domineering air about her voice. In terms of aura, who could compare with a ruler? Moreover, Hua Yongning and Gao Fang weren't even sect leaders. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the might of Empress Luan Xing was far above their. However, Ling Han interrupted, Your Majesty, this is my private matter. Please don't interfere. He frantically winked at her as he said this. You already know that I have a spatial god tool. So, who can harm your man? Empress Luan Xing saw this, yet she said, He's my subject, and I heard that you people wanted to interrogate him. So, I merely came here to look on. Look on your mom. Would looking on cause blood to explode from Yang Hao's body? Would it cause his life essence to wither even further? However, there was genuinely nothing they could do if a heavenly body tier elite insisted on twisting the facts, unless they fought. There was a look of apprehension on Hua Yongning's and Gao Fang's face. They were up against an empress, and they definitely couldn't underestimate her. However, they were only apprehensive. After all, they believed that this was merely a spiritual mark left by Empress Luan Xing. As such, there would be a limit to her power. Fine, we'll let you look on if that's what you so desire. Hua Yongning and Gao Fang both stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. With them keeping watch, there was no way that Empress Luan Xing could cause any great trouble. Yang Hao slowly crawled up from the floor, his eyes burning with anger. Motherfucker. What about me? Was I hit for nothing? Aren't you going to begin the trial? Empress Luan Xing asked as she looked at Shen Qua. Her aura was devastating, and images of celestial bodies and galaxies flashed through her eyes. Her might was so formidable that Shen Qua almost spat blood. He couldn't help but grimace. Begin what fucking trial? Haven't we already stripped him of his status as a seed and expelled him from the sect? He hesitated for a moment before re-announcing the decision of the judges. Pa! He was immediately struck and sent flying by Empress Luan Xing upon finishing his sentence. He felt as if all of his bones had been broken, and he realized that he couldn't crawl up from the floor. I disagree with this decision. Redo the trial. Empress Luan Xing said in a domineering manner. Madam, you've gone too far. Hua Yongning and Gao Fang finally reached their limit. Did she really think that this was the chaotic star's majestic empire? Young lady, I let the matter slide when you caused a commotion in my sect the first time. However, you've come to cause trouble again. The person you struck just then is my disciple. A terrifying voice traveled over, causing everyone to shiver to the depths of their soul. This was the overwhelming pressure from a transcendent being. Venerable Trinity had come. Chapter 12:10, Venerable Trinity. Who could have imagined that the trial of a measly mountain river tier cultivator would eventually lead to the appearance of an eternal river tier elite? Empress Luan Xing's expression changed drastically. She was powerful, yet she still had yet to reach the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. So, how could she stand up against an eternal river tier elite? However, she refused to back down, saying, "Senior, heaven and earth are great, but nothing is as great as justice. This nest of rats is cooking up charges and trying to frame the innocent. I can't watch on and do nothing. Heh, young lady, the matters of the majestic heaven sect don't need your input." Venerable Trinity's voice traveled over, yet he was nowhere to be seen. "Just answer my question. Why did you wound my disciple?" Yang Hao chuckled coldly. Venerable Trinity had bestowed him with a divine sense seal, and this meant that he could contact Venerable Trinity simply by injecting his divine sense into the seal. Reporting matters like this couldn't be any easier. Moreover, this revealed just how much Venerable Trinity liked this new disciple. So what if Empress Luan Xing was a heavenly body tier elite? She was nothing but trash before an eternal river tier elite. Yet, she had actually dared to hit him, not once, but twice. Humph. It was time for her to pay the price. Empress Luan Xing raised her brow, and said, "Senior wants to pick on the weak? Little girl, don't try to constrain me with words." Venerable Trinity said, "I can let you off one more time if you kneel down and apologize to my disciple." This was complete and utter humiliation. To say nothing of a ruler like Empress Luan Xing, even ordinary heavenly body tier elites couldn't swallow their pride to kneel down and kowtow to a sun-moon tier cultivator. Empress Luan Xing's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected Venerable Trinity to be so protective of his disciples. Could they still reason objectively? However, reason was always held in the hands of elites. Weaklings could only resign themselves to accepting this. Ha! 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 Empress Luan Xing laughed coldly. Out of her 9 clones, only one had yet to reach the heavenly body tier. However, with her wealth of experience and her abundance of resources, Hu Feiyun only needed a maximum of 100 years to reach the heavenly body tier. Once Hu Feiyun reached the heavenly body tier, she would be able to advance to the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. She would then be able to break through to the eternal river tier. King tiers who cultivated each level to perfection would possess a power of 6 stars once they advanced to the next major tier. This would be enough to battle against Venerable Trinity. Based on all the available intelligence, Venerable Trinity was most likely at the late stage of the low extreme of the eternal river tier. However, Empress Luan Xing was still too weak at this moment, far too weak. "Young lady, it looks like you're unwilling to yield." Venerable Trinity chuckled, and said, "However, that won't change anything. How? She hit you, so why don't you hit her back?" "But master, she's at the heavenly body tier." "I'm no match for her," Yang Hao replied respectfully. "Heh, isn't your master here for you?" Venerable Trinity said. "Thank you, master." A cold smile instantly appeared on Yang Hao's face. Venerable Trinity had already made his stance very clear, was allowing him to return the favor. With Venerable Trinity protecting him, how could a measly heavenly body tier elite fight back? No matter how freakish a heavenly body tier elite was, they were still like defenseless babies in the eyes of eternal river tier elites. Ling Han's expression became very anxious. It would be extremely humiliating if Empress Luan Xing were hit, even if this was only her clone. Empress Luan Xing wouldn't be able to tolerate this, and he more so wouldn't be able to tolerate this. "Come here," he shouted. So what if Venerable Trinity was present? He was going to put Empress Xing in his black tower. She was his future wife, so how could he let her be humiliated? Empress Xing had initially planned on causing a commotion and making everyone aware of this injustice. She had wanted to win Ling Han a fair trial. However, she hadn't been able to control her emotions, and she had ended up hitting Yang Hao and causing Venerable Trinity to come. This made the situation even direr than before. However, she was a resolute person, and she immediately dashed toward Ling Han. Venerable Trinity laughed, and said, "Heh, trying to flee?" Empress Xing was instantly frozen in place. It was as if she had become a statue. Yang Hao snickered as he walked toward Empress Xing. He raised his hand, and he was just about to slap her. He was going to exact his revenge so soon, and this filled him with pleasure. Of course, this was only a clone of Empress Xing. If he saw her true appearance, it was very likely that he wouldn't have the heart to slap her. However, being as proud as Empress Xing was, she naturally wouldn't use her appearance to garner sympathy. Shua! Yang Hao's hand struck at Empress Xing's face. However, a shadow suddenly flashed over. Pa! There was a crisp smacking sound. Ling Han was sent flying by the strike. He had activated the star-plucking step and dashed in front of Yang Hao, blocking the strike for Empress Xing. However, even though his physique was powerful, there was still a limit to how much power it could withstand. Yang Hao was at the high extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, and his strike had broken several of Ling Han's godly bones. Wah! Ling Han vomited mouthfuls of blood. After enduring a full power strike of a Sun-Moon tier elite, black spots swam before his eyes. He was about to faint or even die at any moment. He had never been so close to death before. He forced himself to concentrate as he circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid. His body instantly recovered. Venerable Trinity was astonished by Ling Han's tremendous recovery ability. Although Ling Han's lunging block had also been spectacular, that was simply because Venerable Trinity hadn't paid any attention to him. Otherwise, there was no way Ling Han could have blocked that strike. Meanwhile, Yang Hao's eyes also widened in surprise. He didn't die after being hit by my full power strike? Heh, so what? That strike was only a whisker away from killing him. He'll be a corpse if I hit again. There's no way he can endure another strike, right? Anyhow, he probably ingested some natural treasures before coming here. Otherwise, how could he have recovered instantly? He chuckled coldly before turning his gaze back to Empress Xing. She was being suppressed by Venerable Trinity, meaning that she was completely defenseless. There was no pleasure in slapping a Mountain River tier cultivator. If he wanted to slap someone, he would slap Heavenly Body tier elites. These slaps would be loud, and these slaps would be euphoric. Moreover, the Heavenly Body tier elite before him had made him spit blood and lose life essence twice, had to exact revenge. He swung his hand at Empress Xing again. He knew that Ling Han would definitely lunge over and attempt to block him, but he didn't care at all. Toying with Ling Han felt absolutely amazing. Pang! Sure enough, Ling Han activated the star-plucking step and blocked his strike again. Like before, he was sent flying into the distance. Clouds of blood burst from his body, and several of his godly bones snapped again. This strike was even more vicious as Yang Hao had unleashed the regulations of heaven and earth in addition to his Sun-Moon tier power. Hundreds of divine patterns materialized in the air, intertwining to form a terrifying killing intent. Ling Han was barely hanging on to life. Not being killed by that strike was already thanks to his freakishly tough physique. After all, even those at the high extreme of the Sun-Moon tier couldn't shatter level 5 godly metal with a single strike. All of you deserve to die. Empress Xing cried out sharply. There was astounding killing intent in her eyes. A ruler was enraged, and heaven and earth lost their luster. Her body trembled slightly, and it seemed as if she were about to break free from Venerable Trinity's grasp. Young lady, you're far too naive," Venerable Trinity said with a chuckle. The pressure on Empress Luan Xing increased explosively, and she was instantly rendered immobile again. Chapter 12:11, I've returned. Ling Han circulated another drop of indestructible true fluid, and his wounds instantly started to mend. However, circulating 2 drops of indestructible true fluid in quick succession caused its effects to decrease dramatically. The second drop of indestructible true fluid was only able to stabilize and mend his wounds, not completely heal them. Even so, his recovery ability was still absolutely stunning. Even Venerable Trinity's interest was piqued, and he remarked, "This youth is fairly outstanding." How high were Venerable Trinity's standards? Being praised as outstanding by him was truly remarkable. A feeling of jealousy welled up in Yang Hao's heart. He was afraid that Venerable Trinity would take a liking to Ling Han's talent and take him as a disciple. If that were to happen, he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge anymore. Moreover, he would have another powerful competitor. The thought of this made him especially uneasy. Sure enough, Venerable Trinity said, "Young man, are you willing to acknowledge me as master?" If he had asked this upon his arrival, perhaps Ling Han would have agreed. Even if his intentions weren't genuine, he could at least take advantage of his new identity to overcome this dire situation. However, Venerable Trinity had suppressed Empress Luan Xing and allowed Yang Hao to strike her. Ling Han couldn't accept this. Venerable Trinity was targeting his future wife, yet he still wanted him to acknowledge him as master? And Yang Hao would become his senior brother? No way. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "Those who are teachers should be virtuous." Venerable Trinity, do you think you possess the virtue of a teacher? The surroundings instantly fell silent. Is there something wrong with my ears? Why do I feel like I heard that brat criticizing Venerable Trinity? Gasp. How daring. Someone in this galaxy actually dares to question Venerable Trinity's virtue before his face. Is this a joke? Impudence. Hua Yongning and Gao Fang berated. They hadn't planned on unleashing their might at a measly mountain river tier cultivator, yet who told Ling Han to insult their master? They had no choice but to act. Meanwhile, Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Having insulted Venerable Trinity, there was no way that Ling Han could be taken as his disciple anymore, regardless of how talented he was. He couldn't help but chuckle at Ling Han's stupidity in his mind. True men should know when to yield and when to stand firm. Standing firm when one didn't possess enough power was merely seeking death. He was afraid that Venerable Trinity would let him off the hook due to his appreciation of prodigies. Thus, he immediately charged toward Ling Han, shouting, "How dare you insult my master? You're asking for death." Divine patterns intertwined as his palm struck at Ling Han. He had put all of his power behind this strike. He was going to kill Ling Han and eliminate all future trouble. Wang. Shadows of giant snakes materialized behind Empress Luan Xing, each of them measuring tens of thousands of meters in length. They all exuded an ancient and desolate aura. Venerable Trinity's suppression instantly vanished, and she immediately pressed her palm toward Yang Hao. Damn it! Hua Yongning and Gao Fang hurriedly dashed over to block Empress Luan Xing's attack. If Yang Hao were killed before them, they would definitely be punished severely. They wouldn't be killed, but they would certainly fall out of favor with Venerable Trinity. If that were to happen, it would be impossible for them to obtain his core inheritance. They couldn't accept such a fate. The 2 heavenly body tier elites lunged over to block Empress Luan Xing's attack. Although they had reacted too late, their closer distance to Yang Hao meant that they were still able to block her attack. Boom! The strikes of the 3 elites collided together. Pung, 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 pung. Shock waves surged into the surroundings, instantly smashing the palace into smithereens. Pang! Yang Hao was close to the collision, and he was instantly sent flying after being scraped the devastating shock waves. Pa! 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 Several of his bones snapped. Fortunately, he had only been hit by a weak shock wave. Otherwise, he definitely would have died. Hua Yongning and Gao Feng were both astounded. They were all at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier, so why was their power so much weaker? They had teamed up against Empress Luanxing, yet they had still almost lost. They were certain that she hadn't reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier yet. So, how was she so powerful? One had to realize that this was only a spiritual mark that she had left. That being the case, just how powerful was her real self? Huh? Young lady, you're a member of the 9-snake tribe. Xiao. A figure descended from the sky. He was shrouded in divine light, and it was impossible to see his height or features. However, the aura that radiated from him was absolutely terrifying. He was none other than Venerable Trinity. This eternal river tier elite had actually appeared before them. He had only been interfering casually before, yet had been already able to suppress Empress Luanxing. Although she had escaped his fetters in the end, it wouldn't be hard for him to suppress her again. However, there was only a single reason why he had revealed himself. Empress Luanxing's identity as a member of the 9-snake tribe was far too astonishing. Who would have thought? I was actually able to meet a member of the ancient divine tribes. Venerable Trinity said in excitement. He stared at Empress Luanxing as if there were flowers blossoming from her face. Empress Luanxing shuddered in apprehension. Although she had unleashed the power of the 9 snakes to break free from Venerable Trinity's grasp, she knew that he had only been suppressing her casually from someplace very far away. He hadn't been using his full power. There was an insurmountable gulf between the heavenly body tier and eternal river tier, and this was a gulf that even her 9 snakes bloodline couldn't overcome. Moreover, she hadn't reached the pinnacle level of heavenly body tier yet, and this was more so only a clone of hers. She was no match for Venerable Trinity. So what? She asked calmly. Meanwhile, she continued to shuffle closer to Ling Han. If Venerable Trinity targeted her again, she would be able to enter the Black Tower with Ling Han. Ancient Divine Tribe. Ha, ha ha ha. Venerable Trinity laughed loudly, and it was clear that he was beside himself with delight. In fact, even the divine light that shrouded his body gradually dimmed and vanished, revealing a skinny and bony elder. The most powerful elite of the galaxy was lost in emotion. This revealed just how excited he was at this moment. However, the more excited Venerable Trinity was, the more anxious Ling Han and Empress Luanxing became. This signified that Venerable Trinity cared very, very much about this. Master. Yang Hao stuttered as he regained consciousness and struggled to his feet. Although several of his bones had been broken, he could still hold them together with his origin power. Walking properly wasn't much of an issue. In fact, he could still battle, though his battle prowess would definitely be affected. Venerable Trinity ignored him, and he continued to stare at Empress Luanxing, saying, "Young lady, your bloodline is mine." Sure enough, this old geezer was interested in Empress Luanxing's bloodline. Although they were unsure of how he was going to obtain it, they knew that this was definitely bad news for Empress Luanxing. Let's leave. Ling Han lunged over, and was just about to place Empress Luanxing into his black tower. Young man, stay out of this. Venerable Trinity didn't need to move, and he was able to restrict Ling Han with just a thought. He raised a hand and grabbed at Empress Luanxing. Yang Hao's anger surged, and since Empress Luanxing was being dealt with by Venerable Trinity, he decided to take his fury out on Ling Han. Go die. He threw a fist at Ling Han's head as he lunged toward him. Ling Han. A voice suddenly traveled over, though it sounded like it had come from the ends of the sky. Ling Han. This time, the voice sounded like it was right next to them. Pang! A figure crashed down from the sky. No one saw how she had appeared. However, she coincidentally landed on top of Yang Hao, who was trampled into the ground, forming a human-shaped crater. Ling Han, Nyo's returned, the person shouted in joy. Chapter 12:12, Hu Nyo is angry. She was a young girl, and she looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her beauty was indescribably refreshing. Anyone who saw her would be moved by her demeanor. She would be imprinted in their minds and their bones. However, such a girl had uncannily descended from the sky. In fact, no one had seen how she had appeared. Yet, she had ruthlessly trampled Yang Hao into the ground. They couldn't help but pity Yang Hao. Was he a magnet for suffering? This girl is remarkably powerful. Meanwhile, Ling Han hesitated for a moment before subconsciously asking, Hu Nyo? Apart from her, who else referred to themselves as Nyo? Ling Han. The young girl instantly dashed over. Pang! She dove into his arms, and she wrapped her legs around his waist. She was especially tall and slender to begin with, so her method of hugging made her a head taller than Ling Han. Ling Han's head was tightly pressed into her chest. Although she was only 15 or 16, her chest was already starting to develop. In fact, there was still a lot of room for growth. One could imagine just how shapely and full it would become in the future. Nyo's missed you so much, the young girl exclaimed. Hu Nyo. It's really you, Hu Nyo. Ling Han was over the moon with delight. The rock palace was still the same as before. Just as they had suddenly appeared before, they suddenly appeared now. Huh? Ling Han, you're wounded. Hu Nyo realized that something was off. A murderous aura burst from her body, and she immediately scanned the surroundings. She looked at Venerable Trinity, and shouted, Old geezer, was it you that wounded Nyo's Ling Han? Ha! Venerable Trinity replied with an indifferent chuckle. Who was he? He was the most powerful elite in this galaxy. So, why would he argue with a young girl? Though, this young girl did seem a little uncanny. However, even though he ignored them, there was no way that people who insulted an Eternal River tier elite could get off so easily. The others would deal with them for him. Gao Feng immediately stepped forward, and chided, how impudent. How dare you disrespect our venerable master? However, he didn't dare underestimate Hu Nyo even though he scolded her. Although she looked very young, she had displayed her strength by trampling Yang Hao into the ground. Who was Yang Hao? He was a prodigy among prodigies, and he was more so at the high extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. Even though he had already been injured, one would still need to be at the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier to crush him into the earth. In fact, they might need to be at the Heavenly Body tier. If this young girl were at the Heavenly Body tier, which Gao Feng didn't believe to be the case, he would need to be very careful. Humph. If Nyo's Ling Han was wounded by that old geezer, I'll rip him to shreds. Hu Nyo said angrily. Even if it wasn't him, he's still clearly the most powerful person here. Yet, he allowed the culprit to wound Nyo's Ling Han. So, Nyo is still going to smash him into pieces. His actions are far too detestable. Hu Nyo, let go. You're about to squish me to death. Ling Han shouted. His face was buried in Hu Nyo's chest, and he was suffocating to death. He. Hu Nyo giggled as she climbed off his body like a monkey. She then glowered at the others, and said, these are all bad people. Nyo is going to exterminate them in the name of the moon. Ha ha ha. Many of them burst out laughing. What a naive little girl. This was the Majestic Heaven sect, a sect that was guarded by the #1 elite in the world. Even true dragons would have to lie low if they came. In the minds of the disciples, Venerable Trinity was the strongest being in the world. This wasn't their fault, as such kind of beliefs was determined by the overall level of cultivation of a galaxy. Who could envisage a Genesis tier saint appearing here? Father, let me deal with her. Gao Huang said as he leaped over. There was a strong sense of lust in his eyes as he stared at Hunyo. This girl was innocent and charming, and her beauty was enough to entrance one's soul. He was going to take this opportunity to make her his concubine. Hua Yongwen humphed upon hearing this. He had been enraptured by Hunyo's beauty, and this had caused his reaction to become slower. As such, the opportunity was stolen by Gao Huang. Gao Feng pondered over this. His son was at the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier, and he was more so a 4-star genius. He was far more powerful than Yang Hao. As such, he wouldn't necessarily lose to this young girl. Could such a young girl possibly be at the heavenly body tier? Impossible. Fine, he said with a nod. Don't be careless. The young girl had knocked Yang Hao out with a single stamp, so she was definitely among the top echelon of Sun-Moon tier elites. Understood. Gao Huang replied. He stepped forward, and said, Little girl, I'll give you a chance seeing as you're so young and naive. Hurry up, kowtow and apologize to Master. Master is benevolent, so perhaps he'll spare your life. He had to receive permission from Venerable Trinity if he wanted to take this enchanting young girl as his concubine. Otherwise, he would be seeking death. Hunyo turned to Ling Han, and said, This person is a bad person. Ling Han, can I pummel him? Ling Han smiled, and said, Of course. He placed a finger on Hunyo's forehead and used his divine sense to transfer the events from before. This piece of memory was very short, so it naturally wouldn't have any detrimental effects on Hunyo. Hunyo shut her eyes and then reopened them. A violent aura instantly burst from her body. Who? Even the surrounding air was affected by her aura, and it transformed into countless blades that pointed at Gao Huang. *T. Gao Feng's expression changed drastically. This power was far too terrifying, and even he was gripped by a feeling apprehension. He frantically attacked the blades, hoping to save his son. You actually dared to insult Nyo's Ling Han. Die. Hunyo extended her hand forward. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The blades instantly ripped through Gao Huang's body, turning him into a human beehive. Ah! Gao Huang wailed in agony. However, he wasn't killed by his grievous wounds. Hunyo had definitely left him alive on purpose. She had been vicious from a young age, and this hadn't changed with time. Gao Feng was both enraged and shocked. He had already stepped in, yet he still hadn't been able to save his son. Just how powerful was this young girl? And you? There was a menacing look in Hunyo's eyes as she pointed at Hua Yongwen. Boom! An air of primal chaos descended, forming into a boundless universe. Pooh! Hua Yongwen instantly vomited blood. Even though he was at the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier, he was unable to withstand even a single glance from Hunyo. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the pieces of flesh that came out with the blood that he vomited. These were pieces of his obliterated organs. She had merely glanced and pointed at him. There hadn't been any origin power fluctuations, and there hadn't been any intertwining regulations, yet the organs of Hua Yangwen, a prodigy at the peak stage of the Sun-Moon tier, had been obliterated just like that. How terrifying was this? Damn it! Gao Huang and Hua Yongning both charged forward to attack Hunyo. Although they were unwilling to believe it, Hunyo's abilities proved that she was a heavenly body tier elite. Otherwise, how could she have severely wounded a Sun-Moon tier elite with a single glance? You two also dare to bully Nyo's Ling Han? Humph! Hunyo made a pressing motion, and the heads of Gao Huang and Hua Yongning instantly exploded with two loud cracks. Even their divine senses were obliterated. Pung! Dust billowed into the air as the two headless corpses thudded into the ground. The surroundings became deathly silent. Everyone trembled as a sense of indescribable terror welled up in their hearts. Gao Huang and Hua Yongning weren't just some random weaklings. No, they were two heavenly body tier elites. Moreover, they had already reached the consummate level. Apart from the Venerable Trinity, no one else in the galaxy should have been able to kill them, let alone insta-kill both of them at once. This young girl. What was her true cultivation? Chapter 12-13, Protecting His Disciple. Wasn't Ling Han a bumpkin who had come from a small world after opening the sky? However, the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire had come to help him, and she had even dared to oppose Venerable Trinity. In any case, they were at least able to accept this. She had been suppressed by Venerable Trinity, and the massive gulf between their power had been evident. It was this mysterious young girl who had descended from the sky that astounded them. She had insta-killed two elites who were at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. She was definitely at the Eternal River tier, right? Ling Han actually had such powerful reinforcements. Even Empress Luan Xing felt slightly apprehensive. She hadn't imagined that Ling Han would have such powerful support. Although Notionless Saint was at the Genesis tier, he had already been dead for heaven knew how many years. He had more so refined his own saintly might, so he was nothing more than a nutritious treasure. He would be completely useless in battle. Anyhow, the young girl was clearly very attached to Ling Han. In fact, her attachment was already beyond all reason. It was as if she could slaughter everyone in the world as long as she could enjoy the warmth of Ling Han. With such powerful feelings, she definitely becomes jealous very easily. Perhaps she'll even kill me, Empress Luan Xing thought. This wasn't impossible. Even Ling Han was astonished. He knew that the Rock Palace was very impressive, them being able to easily enter small worlds and all. This was something that even many large sects couldn't do. Thus, Hunyo would have definitely improved in leaps and bounds. However, one had to realize that his cultivation speed wasn't slow, either. No, it wasn't just not slow, it was astonishingly quick. Who else in this galaxy could reach the peak stage of the pinnacle level of the Mountain River tier before the age of 30? Anyhow, he was certain that the Rock Palace wouldn't let Hunyo run around by herself. That old woman in Cyan was definitely protecting her in secret. That old woman was terrifyingly powerful, so she didn't need to worry about Hunyo causing a commotion. Even so, he was still stunned to discover that Hunyo had become so powerful. She could kill heavenly body tier elites at will, and her cultivation speed was so fast that he could only admit inferiority. With Hunyo as a comparison, could he still refer to himself as a prodigy? No, he was definitely an idiot, a massive idiot. Ling Han isn't an idiot, Hunyo said. It was as if she had read his mind. She hugged him and pecked him on the cheek before saying, "Nyo will help Ling Han become stronger." Everyone was rendered speechless. This young girl had been like a god of death just then, yet she was suddenly like a gentle girlfriend now. They could barely believe that this was the same person. At this moment, they were extremely jealous of Ling Han. Who was this person? He had won the heart of a breathtakingly beautiful and stunningly powerful elite. Moreover, this elite was a young girl who could be educated slowly. Just thinking about this gave them a nosebleed. The pitiable Yang Hao stood up shakily. He had been knocked unconscious by Hunyo's stomp just then, so he was still unaware of the current situation. He simply felt very aggrieved. He had been knocked unconscious twice today. He was the #1 prodigy of the Majestic Heaven sect, and he had more so been taken as a disciple of an Eternal River tier. However, he had been knocked out twice immediately after enjoying this huge leap in status. How could he accept this? Boom! Yang Hao's black hair shot up as he bristled in anger. Flames burst to life around him, the embodiment of his fury. He glared at Hunyo. Apart from her, there was no other newcomer present. Thus, it was evidently her who had used some unknown technique to knock him unconscious. He didn't know what technique she had used, yet he was completely unafraid. After all, this was the majestic Heaven Sect. Under the effects of his wild fury, he failed to notice the corpses of his two senior brothers lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Huang and Hua Yangwen were still wailing in agony and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Yang Hao didn't see or hear any of this. There was only a single thought in his mind at this moment, and that thought was revenge. Fucking sh*t. Do you all think I'm a pushover? How? Venerable Trinity finally opened his mouth. There was a strong sense of warning in his voice. This young girl had insta-killed his two disciples, and he had actually failed to determine her cultivation. This astonished him greatly. Her cultivation level and strength definitely weren't below his. However, she was far too young, so Venerable Trinity didn't believe that she could defeat him. What frightened him was her background. Her sect or clan was capable of raising such a young Eternal River tier elite. Didn't this mean that they were a Genesis tier force? An enraged saint could annihilate an entire galaxy with a wave of their hand. Even Eternal River tier elites were like ants before them. This was especially the case with him as he was only at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. The gulf between him and a small saint was unfathomable. Thus, he decided to swallow this loss. Master. Yang Hao felt extremely aggrieved. Why was Venerable Trinity stopping him? Didn't he see his handsome face being trampled into the ground? Just how humiliating was that? Everyone around him shook their heads furiously. They prayed that Yang Hao wouldn't provoke Ling Han anymore. That person was a bringer of misfortune. Can't you see? 2 heavenly body tier elites have already been killed, and another 2 sun-moon tier elites are clearly in their death throes. If you provoke him any more, you'll definitely be crushed to death as well. You're merely a disciple of Venerable Trinity, but what about Han Ling? He's the lover of an Eternal River tier elite. Is there any comparison at all? Yang Hao was beside himself with fury. However, he didn't dare to disobey Venerable Trinity's command. He forcefully suppressed his anger and stood with his hands by his sides. However, even though he suppressed his anger, would Hunyo let him off so easily? These people actually dared to interrogate her Ling Han. They all deserve to die. She swept her gaze over Empress Luan Xing, and her killing intent was evident. How irritating. I just dragged those other women away from Ling Han, yet another one had come. Fortunately, she isn't as beautiful as Nyo. I can be at ease. This was because she hadn't seen the true appearance of Empress Luan Xing, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't feel at ease. A measly being like you actually dared to feel jealous of Nyo's Ling Han? Hunyo decided to start from the greatest culprit first. She glared at Yang Hao, and said, Nyo's going to exterminate you. Yang Hao found this quite amusing. She was a young girl who referred to herself as Nyo One, so how powerful could she be? She was clearly a naive and effeminate girl who had just stepped into the real world. However, this young girl was far too beautiful. Yang Hao felt that the sum of all the beauties he had seen in his entire life was only barely able to rival the beauty of this innocent girl. His flames of anger were quickly extinguished by her charisma. Meanwhile, Hunyo launched an attack at him. Boom! It was as if heaven were collapsing as countless meteors rained down from the sky. Raging flames seared through the sky, and the main peak of the majestic Heaven Sect tremored dangerously. It was an apocalyptic scene. Yang Hao instantly wet himself in fright. What fucking cultivation does she have? She unleashed a single technique, yet it's as if heaven and earth are collapsing and the universe is imploding. Stop. Venerable Trinity finally stepped in. He hadn't reacted in time when his other two disciples had been killed just then. After all, even he hadn't imagined that Hunyao would be so powerful. However, Yang Hao was his newest disciple, and he had extremely high hopes for him. Yang Hao definitely couldn't die. This was a technique unleashed by an Eternal River tier elite. Wang. A silver river flowed from his body, and it was as if it could connect past with present. The silver river raised his aura to the extreme. Pa, pa, pa. Everyone in the majestic heaven sect collapsed to the ground. This aura was far too terrifying. This was the overwhelming pressure from a transcendent being. Meanwhile, the silver river formed a barrier around Yang Hao, forming almost the strongest defense in the world. Chapter 12-14, Who Else Wants to Harm Niu's Ling Han? The silver river flowed around Yang Hao's body, and there were countless great stars flashing within it. Eternal River tier elites could crush heavenly body tier elites. This wasn't just empty talk. In fact, this notion was evident simply by looking at the silver river. Countless great stars orbited within it, and it was clear that the power of Eternal River tier elites was miles ahead of heavenly body tier elites. Yang Hao immediately regained his composure. Now that his master had stepped in, no one could do him any harm. Kill him? What a joke. However, he was extremely curious about the young girl's identity. She was far too powerful, so much so that Venerable Trinity had to step in to protect him. She was so young, yet she was already so powerful. If he could marry her. Flames of greed and lust burned in his heart. This girl was breathtakingly beautiful, and she was also astoundingly powerful. How could he not be attracted? Meanwhile, Hunyao casually swung a fist at him. Pa! The silver river shattered into pieces, and all the great stars within it exploded into shards. Boom, boom, boom. A brilliant light soared into the sky. What? Yang Hao's feeling of lust instantly transformed into a feeling of boundless terror. Venerable Trinity had unleashed his silver river to protect him, yet this silver river had been shattered by a casual punch from the young girl. It was clear that Venerable Trinity was no match for her. The strength of the young girl was already on a mythological level. Hunyao reached over and plucked Yang Hao up. She cocked her head as she looked at him, and then said in a strange voice, "You look so ugly, yet you still dared to oppose Niu's Ling Han. What a retard." Pa! Venerable Trinity slumped onto the ground. Under this powerful force, a fissure instantly appeared on the already unstable main peak. This fissure ran all the way from the top of the peak to the foot of the mountain. Boom! The entire main peak collapsed to the ground. This was utterly terrifying. Hunyao hadn't targeted Venerable Trinity, and she had simply shattered his defenses with a single punch. However, the shock waves from her attack had caused Venerable Trinity to lose control of his body and sit heavily on the main peak, resulting in its collapse. Rumble. Heaven and earth were collapsing, yet the onlookers were all frozen like statues. They were pelted by the violent rain of crushed rocks, yet it was as if they couldn't feel anything. They were transfixed with pure shock. In the beginning, everyone had thought that Hunyao was at the peak stage of the Sun-Moon tier. It was because of this cultivation that she had been able to trample Yang Hao unconscious. However, after she defeated Gao Huang and Yang Hao, everyone speculated that she was at the heavenly body tier, yet Hunyao immediately went on to insta-kill two elites at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier. Everyone's evaluation of her cultivation naturally rose again, this time to the Eternal River tier. However, it was abundantly clear that this wasn't her true cultivation. She hadn't targeted Venerable Trinity with her punch, yet Venerable Trinity had slumped to the ground anyway. She had a crushing advantage over Venerable Trinity. Was she at the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier? Or high extreme? Or consummate level? Genesis tier, the Venerable Trinity stammered in shock. He had witnessed a battle between a demon master and a saint on the two-realm battlefield. They had possessed a power that could obliterate the world. Saints possessed the power of creation, while demon masters possessed the power of destruction. Neither power was superior or inferior, and their quality was simply dependent on their wielder. Pooh! Everyone's mind became numb with shock. This young girl was actually a saint. Saints were the most powerful beings in the world, they were invincible. Fuck. Master. Venerable Trinity. Numerous figures streaked toward the collapsed peak. These were the heavenly body tier elites of the majestic heaven sect. The battle here was incredibly intense, and they would be a stain on the name of heavenly body tier elites if they still didn't react to the commotion. However, they were all stupefied when they arrived. What in the world was going on? Venerable Trinity had slumped on the ground, his hair disheveled and his aura of immortality gone. Who could force an eternal river tier elite into such a sorry state? What on earth happened? Someone asked in shock. This was what they all wanted to know. They didn't dare to ask Venerable Trinity, but they could grab the others and force them to answer. After learning about the current situation, their faces all became as white as a sheet. If Venerable Trinity weren't sitting on the ground, they truly wouldn't be able to believe that someone in this galaxy was actually powerful enough to defeat him. Genesis tier saint? That young girl? How was this possible? Her chi and blood were flourishing, and it was clear that she was as young as she looked. She was definitely under 100 years old. However, most super geniuses could only reach the mountain river tier at the age of 100. Even advancing to the sun-moon tier would be regarded as incredible. That being the case, how should they regard such a young Genesis tier saint? Hunyo naturally wouldn't care what others thought about her. She ruthlessly slapped Yang Hao, and his face instantly became swollen like a pig. She giggled, and said, "Ling Han, doesn't he look way more handsome now?" Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "That's right, he looks far more pleasing to the eye now." Hunyo smiled happily upon hearing Ling Han's praise. She was extremely cheerful, and she proudly said, "Indeed. My crafting skills are first-rate." Although Yang Hao had been slapped, he hadn't fainted. He looked at Ling Han, and then he looked at Hunyo. He felt as if heaven were playing a sick joke on him. How does Ling Han have such a powerful background? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to target Ling Han even if someone had given him a saint tool. After all, he had the protection of a Genesis tier saint. He was filled with hate and fury. In what way was he inferior to Ling Han? His talent wasn't inferior, and his appearance was even superior. Yet, why was this enchanting and powerful girl deeply in love with Ling Han? "I was wrong," he said through gritted teeth. Great beings knew when to yield and when not to yield. If he lived through this disaster, he would definitely grit his teeth and cultivate as hard as he could. He would exact his revenge when he reached the Genesis tier in the future. In any case, he could also be counted as a person with strong willpower. Otherwise, who would dare to consider exacting revenge on a Genesis tier saint? Just thinking about this was enough to make one cower. "Of course you were wrong. So, go die." Hunyo smiled as she swung her arm. Xiao. Yang Hao was tossed into the air by her. Pang! A meteor in the sky exploded into pieces, transforming into a vast rain of rocks and metal. This. She had tossed Yang Hao into the galaxy, and he had smashed into a meteor. Moreover, the impact had been so great that even the meteor had exploded into pieces. One could imagine Yang Hao's miserable fate. He had definitely been crushed into smithereens. In fact, not even a shred of his existence would remain. This was the formidable power of Genesis tier saints. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was an unfathomable power. "Old geezer, it's your turn now," Hunyo said. She reached toward Venerable Trinity. Pa! Her hand wrapped around Venerable Trinity's neck. Under her overwhelming power, Eternal River tier elites were like measly ants. They couldn't fight back at all. At this moment, everyone finally believed that Hunyo was a Genesis tier saint. Otherwise, how could she possess such formidable power? Such a young saint. How could they accept this? Who are you? Venerable Trinity asked. He didn't beg for his life. How could he or any other person affect the decision of a Genesis tier saint? He simply wanted to know whom he had provoked. Nyo is Ling Han's Hunyo. Hunyo cocked her head, and said, "Old geezer, why are you so stupid? Ah, no wonder you dared to target Nyo's Ling Han. So it turns out that you're a big idiot." Pa. Hunyo started to slap Venerable Trinity. Despicable old geezer, you actually dared to harm Nyo's Ling Han. Luckily, Ling Han is fine. Otherwise, Nyo would have become angry. Everyone was speechless. You've already dominated the majestic heaven sect, okay? Does this not count as being angry? What are you like when you're angry? Of course, no one dared to ask this question. After all, she was a Genesis tier saint. I've played enough. Hunyo casually tossed Venerable Trinity into the air. She then threw a fist at him. Pa! Venerable Trinity instantly exploded into pieces. Not a single bone of his remained intact. An innocent smile blossomed across the young girl's face. Her expression was clear and beautiful, and she asked, "Who else wants to harm Nyo's Ling Han?" Chapter 12-15, Eliminating All Witnesses. Hunyo swept her gaze around the surroundings. Everyone fell to their knees, not daring to hold her gaze. In any case, they didn't feel ashamed for kneeling. After all, this was a saint. "Girl, that's enough. Follow me back to the palace," an old woman in Xinyan said. No one had seen how she had arrived. Her appearance was sudden, yet her existence seemed especially natural. It was as if she had been standing there the entire time. It was just that no one had noticed her. They couldn't sense the old woman's aura, and it seemed as if she were just an ordinary person. Ling Han knew that this old woman wouldn't let Hunyo run around by herself. However, what astounded him was the fact that the old woman in Xinyan was still worried about Hunyo even though she had already reached the Genesis tier. Just how powerful is the Rock Palace's enemy? Are they so powerful that even saints need protection? Perhaps Hunyo is only a small saint, whereas their enemy is a saint king? Hunyo shook her head frantically, and said, "No. I don't want to." She leaped into Ling Han's arms and hugged him tightly, saying, "Nyo doesn't want to leave Ling Han again." "No way." The old woman in Xinyan tapped her walking stick on the ground, and said, "If you stay here, you'll endanger not only yourself, but also that young lad." This old grandma understood the situation fairly well. She knew that convincing Hunyo alone would be useless, so she added Ling Han into the equation. Hunyo's expression instantly became serious, and she stopped acting so immaturely. Everyone was stunned. Judging by the old woman's words, it seemed as if even Genesis tier saints weren't powerful enough to protect themselves. A ruthless expression appeared on the old woman's face, and she said, "You people know too much." She casually waved her left hand. Pa. Everyone in the surroundings exploded into clouds of blood. Ling Han had reacted quickly, and he had hurriedly entered the Black Tower with Empress Luan Xing. During such a dangerous situation, he obviously couldn't worry about whether or not his Black Tower was exposed. However, saints could create worlds, genuinely open up space, and thus forge spatial god tools. So, the old woman probably wouldn't be envious of Ling Han's spatial god tool. Sure enough, the old woman in Xinyan merely stared at him for a moment before saying, "Young lad, keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone about today's events. This old woman was extremely ruthless. Hunyo had only attacked and killed those people to exact revenge for Ling Han. However, the old woman in Xi'an had killed over 20 heavenly body tier elites simply to keep a secret. Moreover, it was clearly her who had made a slip of the tongue. No, in fact, she hadn't really made a slip of the tongue. After all, she hadn't revealed any secrets at all. These people had died a meaningless death. Hunyo was furious upon hearing the old woman's words, and she jabbed her finger at her before fuming. Ugly old woman, you dare to threaten Nyo's Ling Han. Nyo is going to banish you to the borderlands to be a coolie. The old woman in Xi'an was both exasperated and helpless. Who told this disobedient girl to be the successor of the Rock Palace? She pondered for a moment before saying, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, you must follow me back. Hunyo's eyes darted around, and she said, deal. She then waved her hand, and said, ugly old woman, hurry up and go away. Just looking at you is annoying me. The old woman in Xi'an humphed in displeasure. She then turned around and took a step, after which her entire body disappeared. More figures hurried over from the distance at this moment. Some were flying in the sky, while others were running on the ground. These were the elites who had come to participate in the auction. However, the commotion here had been far too loud, so they decided to pause the auction and hurry over. Hunyo grabbed Ling Han, and said, let's leave. Xiao. They instantly traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the majestic heaven sect. They had disappeared without a trace. When the elites arrived, they discovered that the main peak had already become a pile of obliterated rubble. They could vaguely sense a powerful aura in the blood here, and this aura was so overwhelming that they didn't dare near it. A terrifying speculation formed in their minds. However, they refused to believe this speculation. Was anyone in this galaxy powerful enough to threaten Venerable Trinity? However, the majestic heaven sect had been obliterated, and a heavy sense of grief hung in the air. So, where had Venerable Trinity gone? This became an eternal mystery. Even sometime tens of millions of years later, people still didn't know what had happened on this day. Ling Han, have you missed Nyo? In some place far, far away, Ling Han and Hunyo sat on a boulder that overlooked the sea. The young girl was resting in Ling Han's lap, and there was a look of attachment on her face. Of course I have. Ling Han smiled, and said, I was planning to look for you after I reached the Sun-Moon tier. However, who would have thought that you'd find me first? Hunyo immediately started to giggle, and she said, there's no way you could have found me. Why? Ling Han asked. Hunyo pondered for a moment before saying, because Nyo is in the celestial realm. You can't go there yet. Celestial realm? What's the celestial realm? Ling Han asked. Ahem. The old woman in Xi'an silently appeared, and said, girl, you'll only endanger him if you say too much. Fuck. She's like an unshakable shadow. Hunyo pouted, and said, I know. She then shuffled closer to Ling Han, and whispered, Ling Han, let's have kids. Pooh. Ling Han instantly spluttered aloud. The old woman in Xi'an was also furious, and she said, girl, if you continue, I'll kill this young lad. Hunyo humphed, and said, you guys are so boring. I was only joking. However, Ling Han and the old woman in Xi'an both knew that Hunyo wasn't joking. She could definitely do such things. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, let's go back. Otherwise, the others will all be anxious. Rotten old lady, it's all your fault. Hunyo said in displeasure. She had wanted to take this opportunity to conceive an adorable son with Ling Han. However, the old lady had broken her promise and followed them in secret. The old woman in Xi'an humphed in reply. She admitted that Ling Han was prodigious, being able to cultivate to his current level in such a short amount of time. However, he was still eons away from being a suitable match for the young successor of the Rock Palace. Their relationship was absolutely impossible. Ling Han and Hunyo went to the Mo clan establishment. Ling Han, Shui Yenyu and the others immediately ran over. They had all heard about the commotion on the majestic Heaven sect just then, so they were naturally worried about Ling Han. They finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing him. Shui Yenyu wanted to leap into Ling Han's arms, yet she was immediately plucked up by Hunyo. There was killing intent in Hunyo's eyes, and she said, "Ling Han, this bewitching woman tried to assassinate you. Let me kill her." Nonsense. Ling Han hurriedly shook his head in disapproval. This girl was as jealous as always. Hunyo pouted unhappily, and her eyes darted around. She would definitely take this bewitching woman with her when she left. She couldn't leave her by Ling Han's side. Huh? Hunyo. Feng Peyun, Mu Rongqing, and Helian Tianyun exclaimed in astonishment. They had personally witnessed Hunyo leaving, and they hadn't expected her to suddenly appear again. Hunyo completely ignored them. There was only Ling Han in her eyes, and she didn't give a toss about anyone else. Huh? She's Hunyo? Ding Ping asked in surprise. He had heard his master and his uncles mention her before. Wah! Such a beautiful girl. The old ginseng was also here, and he involuntarily started to drool upon seeing Hunyo. This young girl was far too beautiful. His lust made him fearless, and he immediately lunged toward Hunyo, saying, "Young girl, let Grandpa Ginseng examine your development." Chapter 12-16, Celestial Realm. Pa. The old ginseng was just about to act all perverted, yet he suddenly felt his body tighten. He had already been captured by Hunyo. He looked up, only to see that this beautiful girl was suddenly wearing an uncouth expression. Her dainty mouth was slightly open, and drool was flowing freely from her mouth. "Look, Ling Han, I caught an old ginseng king." Hunyo was still a little glutton. She wiped the drool from her mouth as she looked around, and said, "Huh? Where's the pot? Hurry up and set up a pot. Nyo is going to make this old ginseng king into stew." "Save me," the old ginseng wailed. "Why didn't this girl play by the rules?" Ling Han smiled, and said, "This old ginseng is still useful. Let him go for now." "Oh." Hunyo nodded in disappointment. However, she immediately started to bargain, saying, "Then I'll only eat half. Is that okay?" "No," the old ginseng hurriedly shouted. What kind of person was she? Couldn't she see that he had already developed intelligence and become a ginseng king? She should be kneeling and kowtowing before him. Hunyo naturally ignored him. She looked at Ling Han with big and hopeful eyes. Ling Han laughed loudly before turning to the old ginseng and saying, "You've come across a glutton, so it's impossible for you to remain unscathed. I suggest you donate a few of your roots. Otherwise, this glutton will never let you go." The old ginseng had no option but to begrudgingly pluck a few of his roots and hand them to Ling Han. Ling Han chucked them into a pot and added an abundant amount of demonic beast meat and godly medicine. This was an extremely nutritious pot of soup. So fragrant. Although Hunyo was already a Genesis tier saint, her love for food still remained unchanged. She ran around and jumped up and down as Ling Han cooked. Which part of her seemed like a Genesis tier saint? She was more like a lively monkey. When Ling Han told them that Hunyo had become a saint, they almost fainted in shock. In the immortal realm, becoming a saint marked the end of the cultivation journey. Saints were the most powerful beings in the world. However, Hunyo had reached the Genesis tier in just a mere few years. How could they accept this? In any case, Ling Han wouldn't lie to them. Although they ate meat and drank soup together, they all felt like they were in a dream. Everything seemed hazy and unreal. In the following 3 days, Hunyo stuck with Ling Han everywhere. She racked her brains for methods to escape with Ling Han, though the old woman in Xi'an would appear whenever she attempted to escape. She would thwart Hunyo's attempts and stop her from mucking around. Rest assured. Although I don't know where the celestial realm is, and although I don't know what kind of place it is, I'll definitely go there one day. Ling Han said resolutely. He would go not just for Hunyo, but also for his parents, son, and lovers. Nyo believes you. Hunyo nodded, and said, I'll patiently wait for a few more centuries. Ling Han, you can definitely make it into the celestial realm. She glanced around for a moment before saying, Nyo will tell you some secrets. Although Hunyo liked to muck around, she was still aware of what was important and what was not. She told Ling Han some cultivation secrets, and she also modified the cloud-piercing shuttle for him, making it far more capable of traveling through the galaxy. Her modifications also allowed the cloud-piercing shuttle to house a star chart formation. This was an extremely easy task for Genesis-tier saints. After all, they could already create entire worlds. During these 3 days, Ling Han tried his best to absorb the information that Hunyo told him. There wasn't long before they had to separate again. On the 4th day, the old woman in Xi'an appeared and dragged the wailing Hunyo away. She took a step and vanished into heaven and earth. Of course, at Hunyo's strong request, the bewitching Shui Yenyu was also taken away. This girl was extremely prone to becoming jealous. If Hu Feiyun hadn't still been in the Black Tower, she would have definitely been taken away as well. Ling Han inhaled the lingering fragrance of Hunyo. It was as if he were in a dream. Hunyo's appearance had affected him immensely. He immediately entered the Black Tower to visit Notionless Saint. Senior, are there any tiers above the Genesis tier? He asked. Impossible, the Notionless Saint answered. The Genesis tier is the conclusion of the cultivation path. It's impossible to advance another step. Then, has Senior ever heard of the Celestial Realm before? Ling Han asked. Celestial Realm? Notionless Saint murmured. If he still possessed a physical body, he would definitely be wearing an expression of confusion at this moment. Sigh. Small Tower appeared, and said, I hadn't wanted to tell you so soon. However, since you already know bits and pieces, I may as well tell you more. Otherwise, you'll simply feel uneasy. You know about it? Ling Han asked in surprise. Small Tower ignored him, and said, there are naturally more tiers above the Genesis tier. Meanwhile, the Celestial Realm is where these people reside. Impossible. Notionless Saint exclaimed in shock. Where exactly is this Celestial Realm? Ling Han asked. He had come from a small world, so he could easily accept the fact that there was a higher transcendent realm above the immortal realm. After all, wasn't the immortal realm transcendent above the small worlds? The Small Tower remained calm, and replied, only when you reach the peak stage of the Genesis tier and grasp both the power of construction and power of destruction will you be able to open the passageway to the Celestial Realm. Otherwise, you'll never be able to find it. Both the power of construction and power of destruction? Ling Han's heart jolted. Saints possess the power of construction, while demon masters possess the power of destruction. I have to grasp both the regulations of the immortal realm and the regulations of the netherworld before I can enter the celestial realm? Is this a transcendent realm? Ling Han asked. No, the celestial realm is a part of the immortal realm. It's just that it's been sealed, Small Tower replied. Meanwhile, Notionless Saint was transfixed with shock. Although he had once been a saint, his head still went numb when he learned of this realidio. That's right, he didn't have a head anymore. Anyhow, he was absolutely stunned. It's been sealed? By whom? Why did they seal it? Ling Han pressed for more information. Only a tiny bit of my memory has returned, so it's pointless for you to ask so much. Small Tower didn't have an answer for him this time. It continued, raise your cultivation level and grasp both the power of construction and power of destruction. When you succeed, you'll naturally be able to enter the celestial realm to look for answers. Ling Han nodded slowly. A great sense of urgency gripped at his mind. It was clear that both the Black Tower and the indestructible Heaven Scroll were from the celestial realm. Otherwise, the ability of the Black Tower would be far too astonishing. It could accelerate the growth of godly medicines, and it could also become as good as invisible. The Black Tower itself was also immune to all techniques and attacks. This was because the Black Tower had been forged by regulations that were transcendent above the immortal realm. That being the case, the original owner of the Black Tower had definitely been wounded or killed by someone in the celestial realm. This towering enemy was waiting for him in the celestial realm. It seemed like he was advancing in leaps and bounds, yet the appearance of Hunyo told him that it was extremely easy to reach the Genesis tier in the celestial realm. Of course, the Rock Palace was a supremely powerful sect. Members of ordinary sects most likely weren't as frightening as Hunyo. Moreover, Hunyo had been a peerless elite in her past life, and this was part of the reason behind her terrifying advancement pace. However, he could still imagine the countless number of super geniuses in the celestial realm. There were probably even more elites. Meanwhile, it was possible that he was going to compete against the prodigies of the celestial realm soon. Eventually, he would even have to battle against the celestial realm elites. This would be extremely fun, no? Ling Han's blood boiled in excitement, and his fighting spirit soared through the sky. Chapter 12-17, Location of the Five Sects. Who would have imagined that the once invincible majestic Heaven sect would actually collapse one day? Venerable Trinity had disappeared, and the 24 heavenly body tier elites had also vanished. It was hard to believe that they weren't dead. Although the majestic Heaven sect had never referred to itself as the strongest force in the galaxy, it was obvious that the existence of an eternal river tier would intimidate the entire galaxy. Now that the elites of the majestic Heaven sect had suddenly disappeared, the galaxy naturally descended into chaos and turmoil. Long absent and large-scale battles were imminent, and planets would perhaps even invade other planets. The battles wouldn't be limited to continents. However, true elites would also rise from these great battles after all. How could supreme prodigies appear in times of peace and inactivity? Meanwhile, the disciples of the majestic Heaven sect also returned where they had come from, be that their clans or their kingdoms. As for Ling Han, he decided to remain on the Flying Cloud planet for a little longer. Here, the Mo clan was currently using their network to help him look for the five sects. However, this required time. In any case, Ling Han would only set off after breaking through to the Sun-Moon tier anyway. Thus, he wasn't in much of a hurry. Hunyo had told Ling Han some cultivation secrets, for example, the uses of mountains and rivers, suns and moons, and heavenly bodies. These entities weren't merely limited to storing power, and they could actually be unleashed to suppress one's opponent. In fact, they could even form their own worlds. For example, one could unleash their mountains and rivers and trap their opponent within this landscape. Meanwhile, suns and moons and heavenly bodies were naturally more powerful. The overall level of cultivation in this galaxy was far too low, and thus cultivators' utilization of their own power was also extremely limited. Such situations would never appear in high-level galaxies. So, it turns out that I can still raise my battle prowess by a significant amount. Ling Han murmured to himself. He suppressed his cultivation level and battled against Ding Ping, Feng Peyun, and the others. Their cultivation levels were the same, yet Ling Han's battle prowess instantly increased explosively when he unleashed his mountains and rivers to suppress his opponent. This was because unleashing his mountains and rivers created a scenario where he was battling in his own world. Thus, he could naturally detect all the movements of his opponent. Moreover, he could also use his world to continually affect his opponent. Even if hundreds upon thousands of mountain river tier cultivators were to attack me at this moment, I would be able to divide and defeat them one by one. In terms of unleashing one's full potential, this galaxy is still stagnant at a primitive level. However, Venerable Trinity clearly unleashed his eternal river at that time. He unleashed a silver river that formed a defensive barrier around Yanghao. He probably learned that secret technique at the two-realm battlefield. However, he didn't teach this secret technique to the disciples of his sect. Perhaps he was planning to teach this secret technique to his true successor only. Ling Han wasn't one to keep his knowledge from others. Although he wasn't generous enough to teach such a secret technique to everyone, he would definitely teach it to those close to him, such as Feng Peyun, Mu Rongqing, Ding Ping, and the others. Moreover, he would naturally teach it to Hu Feiyun as well. Once she learned it, Empress Luan Xing would have also learned it. As for whether she taught it to others, Ling Han didn't care at all. This was simply a technique to fully utilize one's mountains and rivers, suns and moons, and heavenly bodies. It wasn't some unteachable secret. Several days later, the Chaotic Star's majestic empire sent a starship to collect cultivators from the empire. Hu Feiyun, Li Weiwei, and the others all boarded the starship to return. Ling Han had initially wanted to kill Zhao Luan as well, yet he had fled quickly and returned to the joint peace planet on a merchant ship. Meanwhile, Feng Peyun, Mu Rongqing, and the others didn't leave. They wanted to search for the 5 sects alongside Ling Han. They had all come from the small world, so they naturally couldn't forget the sins of the 5 sects. Everyone cultivated earnestly. Once they learned of the 5 sects' location, they would immediately set off for that galaxy. At that time, bloodshed would be inevitable. Thus, the more powerful they were, the better. Due to the collapse of the Majestic Heaven sect, the 2 other forces on the Flying Cloud planet, the Foreseas Majestic Empire and the Great Heaven Majestic Empire, were finally able to rise. They invaded and conquered the land that had previously belonged to the Majestic Heaven sect. This naturally led to a series of large-scale battles. However, these battles had nothing to do with Ling Han. He simply guarded his own plot of land. Meanwhile, he used copious amounts of level 4 godly metal obtained by the Mo clan establishment to raise the level of his divine demon sword. Before setting off to search for the 5 sects, there were 2 goals that he had to satisfy: break through to the Sun-Moon tier and evolve the divine demon sword to level 5 godly metal. He had already reached the pinnacle level of the Mountain River tier, yet breaking through to the Sun-Moon tier still wasn't something that he could in a short amount of time. This required not only the accumulation of comprehension, but also the accumulation of origin power. Advancing from the Mountain River tier to the Sun-Moon tier was a huge leap. Thus, one needed to accumulate enough comprehension and origin power before attempting to break through. Otherwise, they would be sucked dry. Ling Han also prepared godly medicines as he completed his accumulation. If his accumulation turned out to be insufficient, he could at least still rely on a large number of godly medicines to make up for any deficiencies. This would save him from the wretched fate of having his life essence sucked dry. He was so busy that he had no time to focus on alchemy. He basically sat under the reincarnation tree every single day, cultivating the Mountain River tier to perfection as he explored the great Tao of the Sun-Moon tier. Half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. To immortals, half a year was truly like the blink of an eye. To Ling Han and the others, however, this was several hundred years of comprehension. Ling Han was already confident that he could break through to the Sun-Moon tier. At the same time, the Mo clan also delivered some good news: they had found the location of the 5 sects. They were on the Cloud Apex planet, a planet that was located in the Long Light Galaxy. The Cloud Apex planet was a 200-year flight away from the Flying Cloud planet. This was an extremely long distance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken the Mo clan so long to find them. In fact, they had only found the 5 sects after contacting merchant after merchant and slowly spreading and expanding their network. Fortunately, Hunyo had modified his cloud-piercing shuttle and made it many times faster than ordinary starships. She had also installed a star chart, and thus they didn't need to worry about getting lost. Their trip would take around 2 years. Very well. Ling Han began to break through to the Sun-Moon tier. After 7 days, he opened the door to a completely new world. A red sun formed in his dantian, and heavenly tribulation also rumbled over at this moment. Ling Han would repeat his agonizing process again. He would shatter his godly bones and temper them under the tribulation, causing them to become tougher and stronger than before. Meanwhile, the auctioning of his 4 drops of thousand source true fluid and the abundant amount of ancient pill recipes had also brought him a great amount of wealth. Not only had he cleared his debt, but he still had a large amount of leftover wealth to spend on level 4 godly metal. That was exactly what he did next. Only at this moment did Ling Han feed his divine demon sword the last piece of level 4 godly metal. His divine demon sword advanced to level 5. Human and sword faced heavenly tribulation together. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. This was a terrifying scene. Like always, Ling Han shattered his godly bones. Meanwhile, a web of cracks appeared on the divine demon sword. However, it didn't snap. Instead, it continued to expel a large number of metal shreds from its body. These shreds were slag, useless bits of material. It was as if the divine sword had developed a spirit of its own as it actively evolved, aiming for a state of perfection. The rain of lightning eventually enveloped Ling Han and his divine demon sword, its brilliance illuminating the sky and universe. Chapter 12:18, Fusing with the Power of Lightning. Ling Han endured the heavenly tribulation, and tempered himself as he did so to increase his appreciation of the great Tao. The tribulation represented the strongest danger that the Tao of heaven and earth could present. If he could appreciate this kind of great Tao, his own battle prowess would be increased greatly. Ling Han was comprehending his own Tao. He had already grasped the basics of the lightning sword technique, but this was more in name than in fact. It was only because this sword technique possessed the 2 traits of quickness and massive destructive ability, which was why he had named it the lightning sword technique. Only if he could also fuse it with the power of divine lightning would the lightning sword technique not be just a mere name, but also a real entity. How fast was the divine lightning? What if it could also possess this kind of unique trait? Though Ling Han had been turned into dust, his divine sense was still firm. Under the tempering of the indestructible heaven scroll, his spirit was incredibly firm. Even if it was separated from his form and had turned into a ball of light, no matter how the heavenly tribulation attacked, it was not damaged. The strength of his spirit was actually in the level above the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier and below the medium extreme. Thus, it was naturally impossible that this power of lightning on the level of the early stage of the Sun-Moon tier would be able to hurt his spirit. In the midst of the tribulation, he could experience the power of lightning very well, and understand it straight to its essence. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation comes too rarely, and won't last for too long either, Ling Han thought. However, an idea immediately appeared to him. Personally, I would only endure the heavenly tribulation just those few times on my own, but couldn't I borrow the chance of others to endure the tribulation? If I could control this lightning technique, then whether it is the sword technique or the movement technique, they will be greatly improved. Half a day later, all the thunderclouds dispersed. Ling Han channeled a drop of the indestructible true fluid, and his body immediately recovered completely. Furthermore, he felt that there was an apparent change in himself. The Sun-Moon tier. His power had increased at least 1,000,000 from before he endured the tribulation. True enough, this is a massive barrier. Once I have crossed over it, I originally could have power surpassing 10 stars, and now, only 6 stars is left behind. To once more possess power surpassing 10 stars, I will have to cultivate to the pinnacle level of the Sun-Moon tier. However, only those who had reached the pinnacle level in the Mountain River tier could possess 6 stars of power before Sun-Moon tier. Moreover, he would have to reach the peak stage of the pinnacle level of the Mountain River tier. If it was an ordinary Mountain River tier, the most he would possess would be 4 stars of power. Only once he had cultivated to the pinnacle level would his power surpass 4 stars. Based on what he had achieved in the pinnacle level, his power would be in between 4 to 6 stars. My present power is capable of matching the late stage of the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. However, this is only in terms of pure power. In terms of the understanding of the regulations of heaven and earth, I am still in the early stage of the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. Thus, even if I had another secret technique, my battle prowess would only be able to surpass 6 to 7 stars. Hence, the public all say that 5-star geniuses only existed in legends. Though that is a bit exaggerated, it is also a very logical understanding. That is because there are really too few people who have cultivated to the pinnacle level. Huh? Ling Han was startled, and asked, "Small tower, why is there no change to the Black Tower?" He had broken through a major tier already, so why did a new level not appear in the Black Tower so that his 5 elements would be complete? You have to advance by another tier. Surprisingly, Small Tower gave him a clear answer this time. What? Ling Han almost jumped. I have to reach the Heavenly Body tier before I can unlock the 5th level? Wouldn't that mean that by the time I reach the Genesis tier, would only be able to unlock the 7th level at most? Wrong. When you reach the Genesis tier, you will only be able to unlock the 6th level, Small Tower said with complete seriousness. Ling Han was stunned. Then what about the remaining 3 levels? I will only be able to unlock them when I advance into the Celestial Realm? Small Tower waved to and fro. This was its movement for nodding. So, you have to cultivate as much as possible. When the Black Tower is fully unlocked, I will also be able to recover all my memories. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then said, "So, going by that logic, your memories have not been dispersed, but have rather been sealed." "Perhaps," Small Tower said calmly. "Young man, work hard on cultivating. Just think, if you once again break through at the Genesis tier, you will be able to enter into the Celestial Realm. And in my vague memories, those in the Celestial Realm should live eternally." What? Ling Han was astonished. The elites of the Celestial Realm actually possessed unlimited lifespan? Then how powerful was this Celestial Realm? Elites could continue cultivating for 1 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion years, and become stronger and stronger. No wonder such a precious treasure like the reincarnation tree existed. Even Genesis tiers could not wait for 12 trillion years, but the elites of the Celestial Realm could. However, you do not have to be discouraged. Though the lifespan of elites in the Celestial Realm is unlimited, there is still the celestial decline. If they cannot survive it, they, too, will be killed, Small Tower said calmly. An unlimited lifespan does not mean eternal indestructibility. Ling Han nodded. The original owner of the Black Tower should have been an elite of the Celestial Realm, yet he had still died. "Young man, race towards the sun," Small Tower exclaimed. Ling Han was struck speechless. He discovered that this tool spirit displayed the trait of being two-faced more and more frequently. He returned to the small town. Since he had already endured the heavenly tribulation, and crossed over into the Sun-Moon tier, then he should set out towards the Cloud Apex planet. However, Feng Peyun and the others broke through one after the other, so Ling Han could only delay his plans for a while, waiting for this trend of breaking through to pass before setting out. Feng Peyun and Mu Rongqing had both advanced into the medium extreme of the Mountain River tier. Helian Tianyun was ahead of them by one cultivation level, and had advanced into the high extreme. Ding Ping's progress was the most exaggerated, had reached the consummate level. If they told anyone about this, it would definitely scare them to death. It had only been a few short years, so how could they have advanced at such a frighteningly rapid pace? However, to be honest, if they still were not able to attain such shocking advancement pace with Ling Han's continuous supply of alchemical pills to help them accumulate origin power and the reincarnation tree to help them in the comprehension of Tao, what right would Feng Peyun and the others have to call themselves prodigies? Ling Han did not rest on his laurels, either. When they endured their heavenly tribulation, Ling Han would be by their side, freeloading on their tribulation. In the eyes of others, this was practically a move to seek death. He could have done anything, yet he chose to freeload off the tribulation of others. But to Ling Han, he did not need to shatter his godly bones to temper himself. Instead, he merely had to observe the power of the heavenly tribulation, so he naturally did not need to suffer the slightest bit. He merely had to study and observe the proceedings quietly. After enduring 4 tribulations, Ling Han secluded himself beneath the reincarnation tree for 3 days. When he opened his eyes again, there was actually a flash of lightning flickering in them. In comparison to the lightning technique that I have grasped now, the thunderclap 9th heaven is practically trash. Ling Han shook his head. After all, the thunderclap 9th heaven was only the lowest grade cultivation technique of the immortal realm, whereas the heavenly tribulation was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. How could there be any comparison? As my cultivation level becomes higher and higher, the heavenly tribulation that I have to endure will naturally become more and more powerful, and the power of lightning that I can control will also become stronger and stronger. With heaven and earth as my master, and to create my own Tao. Ling Han's gaze was determined. The path that he was about to walk was becoming clearer and clearer. Since everyone had endured the heavenly tribulation, they could not possibly have a further breakthrough in a short term, so Ling Han decided to set out. However, he had not yet begun his journey when he surprisingly encountered a person who was there to see him off. It was Empress Luan Xing. Not her doppelganger, but her true self. "You are leaving?" she asked. Her exquisite beauty was enshrouded in a qi of chaos, while her tone was calm, and not the slightest bit of fluctuation could be discerned from her voice. Since she was as strong as heavenly body tier, she was naturally capable of controlling her own emotions very well. Ling Han broke out in a smile, and said, "I was going to drop by Joint Peace Planet to bid you farewell on the way. I have not thought that you would come." Chapter 12-19, Ancestral Grounds of the Nine Snake Tribe. Empress Luan Xing dispersed the chaos qi on her face, and revealed an exquisite beauty that could put the world in chaos, especially that enchanting grace. Even if Hunyo was not inferior to her in terms of beauty, in terms of bearing, she was not just a little bit weaker. After all, Hunyo was still young, so her grace had not fully developed. In the future, it might be that she would not be inferior to her in the slightest, but as of now, Empress Luan Xing was definitely the greatest source of calamity, and there was no other. Involuntarily, Ling Han's eyes lit up. He would not get tired of looking at her even after seeing this source of calamity for 100 times. Furthermore, when he was with her, he would automatically forget any other person, and could only think of her. This was the enchantment of the Empress. "I want to ask you some questions," she said solemnly. "Hee, why are you acting so serious with me now?" Ling Han laughed, his eyes drifting slightly lower. "Were you not obedient, and so want me to punish you a bit?" Empress Luan Xing knew what part of her he was looking at, and involuntarily felt irritated and embarrassed. When she was spanked, though it was not her main body, it was her divine sense that was dominant, so she naturally felt it as if it was truly done to her. Now, as Ling Han deliberately stared at that part of her like this, she only felt her face was burning, and a red blush involuntarily appeared. "You dare take liberties with me?" Are you not afraid I would suppress you? She humphed, putting on the forceful presence of an empress. Ling Han coughed, clasped his hands, and greeted, I pay my respects to the empress. How insincere. Empress Luan Xing raised her hand carelessly, and said, forget it, I have something to ask you. Hearing her say so twice, Ling Han, too, became serious. Though this empress was exquisitely beautiful, she was obviously a very easily embarrassed woman. She could not endure teasing at all, and his relationship with her was not so good that he could speak sweet words to her, so it was best that he stopped before going too far. What do you want to ask? He asked. About the celestial realm. Empress Luan Xing said, a complicated expression appearing on her beautiful face, a mix of both loneliness and fury. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then said, then come into the Black Tower, and I will call Small Tower out as well. Empress Luan Xing paused involuntarily. After entering into the Black Tower, everything would be under Ling Han's control. Previously, she had been spanked, so she still had lingering fear. Ling Han's expression darkened, and he asked, am I that kind of vile character? Empress Luan Xing did not answer, but the word, yes, was written all over her face. Fuck. Ling Han flopped down on the ground, and said, fine, then. Since you distrust me so much, don't go into cultivate in the future again. Humph, everything underneath the heavens is my territory, and all are my subjects. Everything that is yours is mine, but I permit you to possess it, Empress Luan Xing said proudly. So, don't get things wrong. Looking at her proud countenance, Ling Han couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. This filled him with an incredibly strong desire to conquer her. The enchantment of this seductive beauty seemed to have increased again. Ling Han forced down the impulse, and said, forget it, let us not speak of this. Is there some relation between you and the celestial realm? Empress Luan Xing hesitated slightly, and then answered, my ancestors originated from the celestial realm. What? Ling Han was stunned, then suddenly clapped his hands, and said, I know, do all ancient divine tribes originate from the celestial realm? Empress Luan Xing nodded. That's right. Ancient divine tribes are all tribes that have been expelled from the celestial realm. Because they possess the bloodline of the celestial realm, they are comparatively stronger. Luan Xing looked at Empress Luan Xing in surprise. He had been just talking about the celestial realm, and here came a descendant from the celestial realm. He asked in a dark voice, you spoke of being expelled? The exact time period is too ancient to remember. A war happened in the celestial realm, involving the whole celestial realm. In that war, a great many elites died, and after the war ended, the losing side was all chased out of the celestial realm, Empress Luan Xing said. Ling Han's heart beat wildly. This was definitely a ground-shattering secret. Then you want to return to the celestial realm? He asked. Empress Luan Xing nodded slowly. Returning to the celestial realm is the conviction of the whole Nine-Snake tribe that has been passed through the generations. She looked at Ling Han, and then continued, that little girl should be the heir of some great sect from the celestial realm. She was referring to Hunyo. The Rock Palace, Ling Han said. It has been too long, and there are only very limited records of the celestial realm left behind within the tribe. Empress Luan Xing sighed. In the ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe, there is a Nine-Snake pond. Every member of the Nine-Snake tribe needs to bathe within to be able to fully activate her bloodline. To the Nine-Snake tribe, this is the most important inheritance. So your most important motive in returning to the celestial realm is to regain the Nine-Snake pond? Ling Han asked. It cannot be regained. Empress Luan Xing shook her head. The Nine-Snake Pond is formed from a part of the remains of the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe, and the body of our ancestor is buried in the ancestral grounds. It has already become one with the mountains and plains, and cannot possibly be moved. So if the Nine Snake Tribe wants to regain their glory, they can only return to the ancestral grounds? Ling Han asked. Yes. An expression of loneliness appeared on Empress Luan Xing's face. However, I am now the only one left of the Nine Snake Tribe. Don't worry. Ling Han stretched out his hands to hold Empress Luan Xing's shoulders. In the future, we will have a whole bunch of children to bolster the bloodline of the Nine Snake Tribe. His hands had not yet landed when they were already smacked away by Empress Luan Xing. The pain was enough to make him grit his teeth. This empress was in the consummate level of the heavenly body tier, so a careless smack was enough to make him feel as if his bones had been broken. Do not be flippant. Empress Luan Xing rebuked. Ling Han snickered. If it was another man that dared to tease the empress like this, not even his bones would be left by now. However, he had only had his hands smacked away, which meant that there was still a place for him in the empress's heart. How could there not be? Previously, she had even stood in opposition to an eternal river tear for his sake. Her words were sharp, but she was a softy at heart. I like that. Ling Han nodded, and seriously said, we will definitely charge into the celestial realm together. Empress Luan Xing paused for a moment, and then said, I do not know what you desire, but be cautious on your journey. Don't worry, I will definitely return safe and sound. Ling Han said. Celestial realm, what kind of place is that? It is the celestial plane that exists in legends, where elites could possess eternal life, Empress Luan Xing said. An eternal existence. The moment a ******** conflict arises, it is indeed irresolvable, Ling Han thought. When people live too long, they would naturally have nothing to take up their time, and would have some nonsense thoughts. Furthermore, the many elders would not die even with the passage of one generation after another, so the conflict would only deepen, and eventually culminate in war. Then, since one war had started, it was possible for a second and third to follow. The celestial realm did not seem that divine. Do not worry about your great Ling Empire, I will guard it well on your behalf, Empress Luan Xing continued. Then, with a wave of her fluttering robes, she said, I am leaving. Hold on, Ling Han called out. Empress Luan Xing stopped and turned around, a questioning look on her face. Ling Han broke into a smile, and said, once we separate now, it will definitely take a great many years before we next meet. Aren't you going to give me a farewell hug? Empress Luan Xing immediately rolled her eyes at him, the chi of chaos once more enshrouding her beautiful face. She spat out only 2 words. Get lost. Chapter 12:20, Arrival. Ling Han and his group finally set off. The cloud-piercing shuttle could not accommodate so many people, but that was fine as it had already been remodeled into a starship. With the star chart, they only had to enter the galactic coordinates, and it would be able to move automatically. Thus, everyone could enter into the Black Tower to cultivate, and did not have to worry about steering. Even if the cloud-piercing shuttle had been remodeled, they would still need an entire 2 years to reach the cloud apex planet. For immortals, 2 years' time could not be considered long, but everyone naturally would not be wasting these precious 2 years away. Cultivate. Cultivate. And more cultivating. The Black Tower lacked spiritual chi, but that was fine. There was a great amount of true origin stones available. Furthermore, they had many alchemical pills. As long as Ling Han's cultivation level was in the lead, he would be able to supply a great amount of alchemical pills for those by his side, letting everyone's cultivation soar along with his. Everyone was cultivating, and only Ling Han was still spending a great amount of time on alchemy. Since he had crossed over into the Sun-Moon tier, he wanted to attempt concocting the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. A single pill would be able to allow an advancement of a sub-minor level. In theory, he only needed 16 pills, and he would be able to reach the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier, What more, when he had the reincarnation tree to strengthen his comprehension of the cultivation level, he did not have to worry that pure reliance on alchemical pills to advance his cultivation level would lead to instability of his cultivation level. However, this kind of nature-defying alchemical pill would definitely have correspondingly heavy side effects, and could not be taken continuously. However, even if he took one per year, he would only need 16 years to be able to pass through the Sun-Moon tier. And this was on the basis that he was not doing anything else in the meantime. Otherwise, it would be even faster. Of course, if his comprehension was inadequate, it would be useless even with the reincarnation tree. He would be stuck on some cultivation level, unable to break through. Even if he were given 10,000 Berserk Blood Spirit pills, he would still be helplessly stuck. The Berserk Blood Spirit pill was a level 8 divine pill, yet Ling Han was only a level 5 alchemist at present. Hence, he could not succeed in a single go, and had to slowly progress through the levels. Thankfully, among the great number of ancient pill recipes he had obtained, there were naturally level 6 and 7 pill recipes he could practice with. Ling Han first studied a level 6 pill recipe, which was called Explosive Thunder Pill. After taking this pill, one would temporarily possess the power of lightning, and get a boost of 2 stars to his battle prowess. Even though that was just 2 stars, it had to be known that even someone as freakish as Ling Han only had 6 stars of regular battle prowess. Then, wasn't a boost of 2 stars of power already quite awesome enough? However, the higher the battle prowess, the smaller the boost that this explosive thunder pill would provide. If he used it, he would definitely not be able to get the effects of a boost of 2 stars. He would probably be getting a boost of 1 star, and just barely. The reason why he chose this pill recipe to concoct was because Ling Han just happened to have lightning fruit in his possession, and this was the main ingredient to concoct the explosive thunder pill. After spending 5 months' time, Ling Han finally grasped the method of concoction, but he still failed 9 times before he finally concocted the first explosive thunder pill successfully. This was a level 6 divine pill, and concocting it once would take as long as half a month. Of course, this was referring to successful concoction. When Ling Han had first begun concoction, his furnace had exploded after only 1 day. He had slowly improved from there. Then he began to study a level 7 pill recipe, the Spiritual Rain Bone Developing Pill. Tempering his godly bones, and improving his physique. This was a very rarely seen godly medicine, and amongst level 7 alchemical pills, it was one of the top-ranked. The time he spent on this was even longer. Only after an entire 7 months did Ling Han begin to try concoction, and when he successfully produced the first furnace of Spiritual Rain Bone Developing Pills, their galactic journey of 2 years was also about to end. Not only had Feng Peyun and the others completely stabilized their cultivation levels after breaking through, their improvement was also apparent, particularly Ding Ping's. He had reached the late stage of the consummate level, which was very, very shocking. Ahead of them appeared a planet, whose main color was crimson. This was the Cloud Apex planet. The reason why its main color was crimson was because an aquatic plant called Crimson Cloud Aquatic Grass was growing everywhere on the Cloud Apex planet, and the Cloud Apex planet had a lot of bodies of water, so the whole planet looked completely crimson. The cloud-piercing shuttle stopped, and was switched to Ling Han driving it manually. However, after it had been modified into a starship, it was actually not appropriate to use as a flight god tool anymore, because it was slow to start, and once it burst, its speed was too fast, so it would easily crash. Hence, starships were starships, whereas flight god tools were flight god tools, and both basically could not be used interchangeably. Though Ling Han was very careful, when the cloud-piercing shuttle landed, it still crashed. Thankfully, the defensive formations had also been improved, and it did not shatter even after suffering such impact. Otherwise, Ling Han would have to start worrying how he was going to return to the Joint Peace planet. He stored the cloud-piercing shuttle into the Black Tower, and Feng Peyun and the others all came out to breath in the air of this planet. In terms of spiritual chi, it seems to be slightly better than both the Joint Peace Planet and Flying Cloud Planet, they judged. Perhaps the overall martial arts level of this place is higher. The 5 sects only had elites of the Sun-Moon tier, but that did not mean that this planet was also the same. Their landing area was deep in the mountains, and they had taken a bit of effort to finally walk out of the mountains, and enter into a small town in the vicinity. First, they had to know where exactly they were, and where the 5 sects were. When Ling Han and his group entered into the small town, they all looked surprised because there was a great many strangely shaped person who had the heads of bulls, heads of goats, tails of tigers, and so on. They were demonic beasts who had cultivated to the immortal level, and had thus taken human form. On the Joint Peace Planet and Flying Cloud Planet, demonic beasts and humans were standing on completely different and opposite sides. Both parties were sworn enemies who would devour each other if they had the chance, but looking at this place, there were obviously many humans in the small town, yet they seemed to have a peaceful relationship with the demonic beasts. It was a different universe, with a different environment. They were very curious, but the human-shaped demonic beasts here did not even spare them a second glance, just as if they were used to seeing human cultivators. Ling Han and his group entered a restaurant, and asked for a private room. In any case, true origin stones was the shared currency of the whole immortal realm. They called a waiter and made discreet inquiries, and finally got a better understanding of this planet. In this place, the reason why the demonic beasts and humans could be on good terms with one another was because they all had a common enemy, the Netherworld. That was right. This was the passageway of the 2 realms. All cultivators were duty-bound to head out to resist the invasion of the Netherworld, and as time passed, it was natural that the human race and demonic beasts would no longer have strife between them, aiming their collective blades and weapons at their shared enemy instead. Of course, even amongst humans themselves, internal conflict was inevitable, what more when it was between 2 completely different races. However, in comparison to the absolute opposition between humans and demonic beasts on Joint Peace Planet, this place was a great many times better. In short, the main theme here was opposing the Netherworld. No one could stand against this main idea, or they would be treated like a spy from the Netherworld and executed. Ling Han bought a map, and after studying it, he realized that the 5 sects were all located in the Great Crimson Sun Imperial Empire, which was not that far from their current location. It was about half a month's journey away. Imperial Empire. That meant that this force would definitely have an elite of the Eternal River tier standing guard. The present emperor of the Great Crimson Sun Imperial Empire was respectfully called the Crimson Flames Emperor. It was said that 1,000,000 years ago, he had already reached the peak stage of the Eternal River tier, and was presently planning to pass on his imperial throne to his descendant, while he himself would be putting his full effort into attempting to break through to the Genesis tier. To be passed on to his descendant, and not his child. Why was it so? That was because this Crimson Flames Emperor had really lived for too long. His children and grandchildren had all died, while he was still determinately living. Hence, his imperial throne could naturally only be passed on to one of his great-grandchildren. Chapter 12:21, Han Lin Pavilion. Now that they knew the exact location of the 5 sects, Ling Han and his group set out immediately. In half a month's time, Ling Han had obtained new enlightenment on the concoction of the spiritual rain bone-developing pill. He did not begin concoction, but merely meditated to make up for his shortcomings. He was sure that when he opened his furnace, not only would he be able to guarantee a successful concoction, there would also be a very great improvement. They entered into the territory of the Great Crimson Sun Imperial Empire, journeyed on for a further 5 days, and arrived at the Red Cloud's Perch Mountains, the location of the Cloud Phoenix sect. This was naturally because he wanted to first find the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and then research on how he was to overthrow the 5 sects. Though the actions of the 5 sects were definitely forbidden in the immortal realm, the lower realm had already opened the sky and come to the immortal realm. Naturally, they no longer had proof, so how were they to prove that the 5 sects had once refined the living beings of a small world into an alchemical pill? Thus, Ling Han naturally could not choose the path of complaining, but rather planned to use his own hands to overthrow the 5 sects. This would be even more satisfying. Who knows what cultivation level the Sword Emperor and the Setting Sun Saber Emperor are at? Ling Han thought. These were beings that he could only admire from afar at one point, but in the immortal realm, even the Sword Emperor and the others might not be qualified to be called prodigies. Well, it was still uncertain. Perhaps, in the immortal realm, they could still maintain their astonishing natural talent, and remain stunning for their whole lives. He suppressed his competitive spirit, and came to a small town at the foot of the Red Cloud's Perch Mountains. This small town depended on the Cloud Phoenix sect to exist, and cultivators were everywhere. Some had come to seek a master, while others had come to ask for the help of the Cloud Phoenix sect to settle some problems that they were unable to resolve on their own. Some had come to pay a visit, whereas others had come here to do business. In short, to judge whether a force was flourishing or otherwise, one needed only see if its subsidiary town was prospering or lively. If it was so quiet that there were not many visitors, then this force naturally was not all that powerful. Going by that understanding, the Cloud Phoenix sect was truly existing quite prosperously. Ling Han and his brothers, along with Ding Ping and Helian Tianyun, stayed here for a few days, and unobtrusively made their inquiries. However, to their disappointment, there was no news of the location of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Not only was there no news of the location of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, there were no clues even for the Sword Emperor, the Setting Sun Saber Emperor, and the others. Oh, right. Ling Han clapped his hands. The Sword Emperor and Setting Sun Saber Emperor were called so because that was reality for them in the small world, but now that they had come to the immortal realm, would they still dare to address themselves as such? If you called yourself an emperor, what would the Crimson Flames Emperor be? Then, they must have changed their nicknames. Of course, Ling Han knew the name of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, but this name was very strange. Years ago, just to find out this name, he had half cajoled, and half forced the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden in the name of his assistants in concocting alchemical pills for her. It was after that time when he had become the target of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, just as if he had committed a very, very great crime against her. Additionally, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had also warned him to definitely not reveal her name to another person. So how do I find her? Ling Han was troubled, and after thinking for a while, he decided to first find his 4 disciples. As he saw it, when the 5 sects descended 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden should have brought his 4 disciples along with her to the immortal realm. Then, he would only have to find his 4 disciples, and he would naturally be able to find out where the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was. He decided to do just that. He switched to asking around about the locations of Jiang Yufeng, Chen Rui Jing, Yun Yong Wang, and Kong Xiu Yuan. This, on the other hand, very soon produced results. Yun Yong Wang and Kong Xiu Yuan were presently quite well known, and were the 2 chief alchemists of the Han Lin Pavilion. Han Lin Pavilion? If the words Han Lin were turned around, then wouldn't it be pronounced Ling Han? Come, let's go to Big Trade City. The Han Lin Pavilion was precisely in Big Trade City, and Big Trade City was merely 2 days' journey away from the Red Cloud's Perch Mountains, and was also the nearest large city for the Cloud Phoenix sect. Very soon, they arrived, and after making some slight inquiries, they soon found out that the Han Lin Pavilion had only existed for a few thousand years, but in recent times, it was developing better and better. The 2 chief alchemists had both broken through to level 5, and their talent was extremely shocking. Being able to break through to become a level 5 alchemist meant that one's cultivation level had also reached the Sun-Moon tier. Otherwise, the strength of his spirit would not be sufficient to support the concoction of level 5 divine pills aside from a very limited, rare few, whose spirits were incredibly strong. Ling Han nodded internally. The improvement of his two disciples was quite impressive because they focused on alchemy. Even with that, they could manage to advance from the Shattering Void tier to the Sun-Moon tier in 10,000 years' time. This improvement was extremely astonishing. As expected of his disciples. Because this involved his previous life, Ling Han had Feng Payun by a courtyard in the city where they settled down. Afterwards, it would be possible for them to go their separate ways. As they continued to learn through experience, they could gather information about the 5 sects. Read more chapter on novel full. To them, the 5 sects still belonged to the category of massive entities. Furthermore, this was an imperial empire, where there were extremely great numbers of heavenly body tier elites, and even eternal river tiers numbered in the tens or even hundreds. Who knew if the 5 sects had a powerful background? Getting revenge was a must, but they definitely could not allow themselves to die in the process. Ling Han took a stroll. This big trade city was also one where humans and demonic beasts cohabited, filling him with an urge to capture the demonic beasts walking by his side and turn them into a delicious feast. He secretly begged pardon in his heart. His true nature as a glutton was difficult to change. After a while, he arrived at the Lin Pavilion. There were so many people. At the entrance, people crowded around, so many that it was practically impenetrable. Ling Han couldn't help but feel curious. This business was really too good, wasn't it? They were crowding in like this just to buy some alchemical pills? He heard the conversation of others around him, and only then did he find out that it was not that the Lin Pavilion's business was really as booming as this, but rather because there was a challenger. The opponent was an alchemist from the Treasure Forest Pavilion, and expressed his intention to have a friendly competition with the Lin Pavilion in alchemy. Those were his words, but everyone very clearly understood that the Treasure Forest Pavilion had come here to crash the party and beat down on the momentum of the Lin Pavilion. It was because the Treasure Forest Pavilion had initially been the largest alchemy trader in Big Trade City, but now, the Lin Pavilion had emerged so suddenly and strongly. Though the latter was still far off from threatening the position of the Treasure Forest Pavilion, there were some beginning signs of it. The Treasure Forest Pavilion was a colossal entity, and the Treasure Forest Pavilion in Big Trade City was only a single branch. It was said that this alchemy business spread all over the whole imperial empire, and possessed shocking wealth and power. Even the Crimson Flames Emperor had to give them some face. Hence, now that there was an alchemist from the Treasure Forest Pavilion here to crash in on their scene, it was natural that not a single person was optimistic about the Lin Pavilion winning. Lost again. A round of exclamations sounded from in front of the masses. Everyone shook their heads. It turned out that the Lin Pavilion had already lost 4 rounds in a row. Ling Han forced his way forwards. What kind of power did he possess now? He merely needed to slightly channel the power of Sun-Moon tier, and he easily managed to squeeze to the forefront of the crowd. This was already inside the Lin Pavilion, and there was a wide space deliberately left empty in the center. There were 2 alchemist furnaces in place, and the party on either side was visibly standing on clearly opposing sides, each behind a single furnace. Yun Yong Wang. Kong Xiao Yuan. Ling Han immediately discovered his 2 disciples. 10,000 years had passed, but there was not much change in their appearance. They only appeared to have become calmer and more collected, steadier than before. Ho ho, we have already competed for half a month, and you all have already lost 4 rounds in a row. Even if we compete in a 5th round, the results will be the same. In the Treasure Forest Pavilion's camp, an old man smiled calmly, appearing to be filled with confidence. In this half a month's time, they had competed from concocting level 1 divine pills all the way to level 4, and it was a complete victory for the Treasure Forest Pavilion so far. Not necessarily. Yun Yong Wang humphed, and then turned to look at Kong Xiao Yuan. Third, you go or I go. Me then. Kong Xiao Yuan stepped out. Chapter 1222, Chapter 1224. Though the Lin Pavilion had lost 4 rounds in a row, it was just like a spar in a sect. Mountain River tiers could lose all 4 rounds, but once a Sun Moon tier elite won a single round, the tables would be turned. Alchemy was like that as well. The strongest in the Lin Pavilion were the 2 level 5 alchemists. Thus, if they wanted to completely suppress the Lin Pavilion, they would have to completely defeat these 2 level 5 alchemists. Their previous victories would naturally not be wasted either, as they would prove that the Treasure Forest Pavilion surpassed the Lin Pavilion all the way from level 1 to level 4 alchemical pills. The Treasure Forest Pavilion was really quite ruthless, beating down on the Lin Pavilion all the way from the lowest level to the highest. Then, if others wanted to buy alchemical pills, they would definitely consider the Treasure Forest Pavilion at first. There was nothing that could be done, since their quality was higher, after all. All medicine would have a specific amount of poison. No alchemical pills could be taken in big amounts. So, under the conditions when the number was fixed, they would naturally choose the better quality. Hence, as long as Treasure Forest Pavilion defeated the 2 level 5 alchemists of the Lin Pavilion as well, then this competition would naturally end with a complete victory of the Treasure Forest Pavilion. Furthermore, it was taking place fully in public, and had already continued for half a month's time. Who in the city did not know about it yet? Kong Xiaoyuan stepped up, and asked, "Who will be competing with me?" "I shall." A middle-aged man walked out. He looked very average, but a powerful scent of medicinal ingredients radiated from him. That was because he had spent many years handling medicinal ingredients and alchemical pills. "Liang Jinbo?" Kong Xiaoyuan asked in a deep voice. "Ho ho, you recognize me?" the middle-aged man asked. Kong Xiaoyuan chuckled, and said, "I have long heard of Grandmaster Liang's great name. I heard that Grandmaster Liang has long become a level 5 alchemist 100,000 years ago, and now should not be very far from level 6, correct?" A lofty expression appeared on Liang Jinbo's face. Alchemy was the same as martial arts. Every step forwards was extremely difficult. Even though he was already a level 5 alchemist since 100,000 years ago, he was still presently on this level. But, how long would it take to go from the low extreme of Sun Moon tier to the medium extreme? For someone with slightly better talent, they would need 400,000 to 500,000 years. Thus, he had merely spent 100,000 years, and there was hope of his breaking through to become a level 6 alchemist. This was actually very, very extraordinary, and completely deserved to be called prodigious. Kong Xiaoyuan, you can be considered a genius of alchemy yourself, so why don't you bring the Lin Pavilion with you and come over to our Treasure Forest Pavilion? Liang Jinbo extended an olive branch. Kong Xiaoyuan shook his head, and said, "Lin Pavilion is the heart's blood of us apprentice brothers, and I definitely cannot allow it to collapse." "Ho ho, then there is nothing else to be said." Liang Jinbo stretched out his hand. "Come compete, then. Please." Liang Jinbo paused for a moment, and then said, "Since the challenge has come from our side, and furthermore, I am a great many years older than you, so I can be considered half a senior, let me then decide what kind of alchemical pill we should concoct." There was a lot of space in this. That was because though alchemical pills might be both in level 5, there was still a difference of difficulty level. The person who chose first would be at a slight disadvantage, and the person who chose afterward could calmly decide, and make adjustments according to his own abilities. Kong Xiaoyuan was not stubborn, and the other party had indeed been embroiled in alchemy tens of thousands of years more than him, so he wasn't taking too much advantage of him here. "I will concoct the 4 directions pill," Liang Jinbo finally said in a deep voice after a moment of consideration. Kong Xiaoyuan was slightly surprised internally. The 4 directions pill was one of the more challenging alchemical pills among level 5 alchemical pills. Then, if he wanted to defeat his opponent, he would have to choose a more difficult one. Of course, He could also choose a simpler one, and then hope that Liang Jinbo would make an error and cause his alchemical pill to explode. Then, he would only have to concoct a level 5 alchemical pill, and it would be his win. But if his opponent was not confident, would he say that he would be concocting the 4 directions pill at a time like this? He paused for a while, and then said, "Then I, too, shall concoct the 4 directions pill." Both of them were concocting the 4 directions pill, so it would be even simpler to compare. Whoever had the cauldron that contained more successfully concocted alchemical pills would naturally be the victor, and if the number was the same, they could still compare the quality of the pills. Then, let's begin. Both began to first prepare their ingredients. The treasure forest pavilion had come prepared, so they naturally brought ingredients with them, and Kong Xiao Yuan was the owner of this place, so he was naturally extremely fast in picking out his ingredients as well. Not long afterwards, the two of them both said "begin," and began to concoct their alchemical pills. Separating and purifying the ingredients, and then starting the fire. The two soon entered into the most important process of alchemy. Ling Han merely took a look, and then shook his head. With his judgment as the alchemy emperor, he could already discern that Kong Xiao Yuan was no match for Liang Jinbo. Kong Xiao Yuan's talent in alchemy was indeed not inferior to the others, and even surpassed him. However, the latter had stayed on the level of level 5 alchemist 100,000 years longer than him, and this was a very, very big gap. A thought flashed in Ling Han's head, and he walked towards Yunyong Wang. "Stop right there." When they saw a young man so boldly walk over, the people from the Han Lin Pavilion hurriedly blocked him from passing. Yunyong Wang looked over when he heard the commotion. He looked Ling Han in the eyes for a while before he softly issued a sound in surprise, and asked, "Have we met before?" This man's gaze actually gave him a familiar feeling. Furthermore, those eyes contained too much and too complicated emotions. Ling Han lowered his eyes slightly, and then smiled as he asked, "I would like to join the Han Lin Pavilion. Is that all right?" Yunyong Wang was surprised this young man actually wanted to join the Han Lin Pavilion. Couldn't he see that the Han Lin Pavilion was presently in dire straits? And he actually still wanted to join? Strange. He asked, "You are an alchemist as well?" Ling Han cracked a smile, and said, "I have learned a few years." "Just a few years?" Yunyong Wang paused for a while, yet nodded, and said, "All right. A friend in need was a friend indeed." Ling Han actually wanted to join the Han Lin Pavilion at this time, like he was providing help in their hour of need, giving him much comfort. Thus, whatever Ling Han's abilities in alchemy, he would accept his kindly intentions. "Young man, how should I address you?" he asked further. "Ling Han." "What?" Yunyong Wang exclaimed in spite of himself, and almost jumped up. This person actually shared the same name as his master who had passed away. Previously, he had felt as if Ling Han was familiar to him, and now added with this name, ripples involuntarily rose up in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he did not discover what similarities this Ling Han in front of him had with his master. Moreover, before he had headed to the immortal realm, his master had already vanished for a few hundred years. He should have indeed died. It is probably just a coincidence, he thought. Yunyong Wang could not help but ask, "Ling Han, where are you from?" "Joint Peace Planet," Ling Han answered. He did not reveal his identity. Firstly, there were too many eyes and ears here. If he revealed that he had come from the lower realm, then it would very possibly reach the ears of the 5 sects, who would target him ahead of time. Secondly, now that 10,000 years had passed, he did not know if there had been any change in these 2 disciples. This change was referring to the bottom line of good and evil. He had to observe them first. Yunyong Wang was slightly confused. The immortal realm was too big. If they weren't traitors, the majority would stay on a single planet for their whole lives, what more when the joint peace planet was a whole 2 years' journey away from this place at the normal speed of a starship. It could not be more natural that he had not heard of it before. Oh. He nodded, and showed a hint of disappointment. However, his heart was now at peace. He focused on watching the competition between Liang Jinbo and Kang Xiaoyuan. This involved the future of the Han Lin Pavilion. Chapter 12:23, I'll compete. Ling Han didn't pay much attention to the competition. After all, hadn't he joined the Han Lin Pavilion to step in for Kang Xiaoyuan after he lost? Once Heath Alchemy Emperor stepped in, could they still lose? Anyhow, the refinement of level 5 divine pills would take around 10 days. Thus, Ling Han left to look for Feng Peyun and the others. He couldn't waste his time. Moreover, he had to mull over how he was going to explain his other identity to them. In the end, he decided to put that aside first. His explanation could wait until after he revealed his true identity to Kang Xiaoyuan and the others. After 8 days, Ling Han returned to the Han Lin Pavilion. The competition between Kang Xiaoyuan and Liang Jinbo was already reaching its final stages. However, once an alchemist began pill refinement, completing 1% and completing 99% would be the same. Alchemists couldn't become distracted or make any mistakes. Otherwise, all of their previous efforts would count for nothing. Thus, alchemists would become increasingly serious the closer they were to completion. After several hours, Kang Xiaoyuan and Liang Jinbo both stopped at almost exactly the same moment. Open, the two have shouted as they slapped the lid of their cauldron each. They were about to remove the lid of their cauldron. However, Kang Xiaoyuan tapped the cauldron with both of his hands, causing flames to quickly jump over it. This was the three-fire guide, Ling Han's revolutionary innovation. Liang Jinbo was the first to show his cauldron to the audience. There were 3 round alchemical pills in his cauldron, and it seemed as if they were about to fly out. However, they were forcefully suppressed and sealed in the cauldron by Liang Jinbo. Kang Xiaoyuan also tilted his cauldron slightly, saying, "I didn't disappoint you, brother Liang." There were also 3 alchemical pills inside his cauldron. Kang Xiaoyuan secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Had he not raised the quality and success rate of his pills with the 3-fire guide, he would have only been able to refine 2 pills. Right now, he could only pray that his opponent had also only been able to refine 3 pills 1. Otherwise, the loser would definitely be him. You've both refined 3 pills. Okay, then let's compare their quality. They both poured their pills into their palms before placing them together. Alchemists like them could determine the quality of a pill simply by looking at it and smelling it. Kang Xiaoyuan's expression quickly became gloomy. His opponent's pill was superior to his, both in terms of color and in terms of smell. Moreover, it wasn't superior by just a little bit, it was superior by quite a clear margin. He hesitated briefly before sighing, and saying, "I've lost." Ha ha ha. Liang Jinbo laughed heartily. The Han Lin Pavilion had suffered a resounding defeat in this competition. As the strongest competitor for his side, he naturally felt even more delighted. "No need to feel dispirited," Ling Han suddenly said. "He's more skilled than you because he became a level 5 alchemist long before you. In fact, he's been at this level for tens of thousands of years longer than you. If you practice for a few more years, surpassing him won't be too difficult." Kang Xiaoyuan faltered upon hearing this. He glanced at Ling Han with a look of confusion. Who is this person? Why does he sound so old and mature? His tone is almost like Master's. He had focused his full attention on pill refinement before, and he wouldn't have known even if the sky were to collapse. Thus, he naturally didn't know who Ling Han was. In fact, he didn't even know that Ling Han had already become a member of the Han Lin Pavilion. However, Liang Jinbo was furious upon hearing this. What does he mean? A loss is a loss. Is he trying to find excuses? He humphed coldly, and said, "Are you people unable to accept defeat?" Defeat? Ling Han laughed loudly before shaking his head, and saying, "The competition hasn't ended yet." "So, what is this defeat that you speak of? Hasn't ended yet? Hasn't ended your mom. The most powerful alchemist on your side has already competed. What else do you want? Hang on. Who is this brat? Where the hell did he come from? Who is this person?" Liang Jinbo asked. "Brother Kong, Brother Yun, since when did this person become the master of the Han Lin Pavilion?" Ling Han waved his hand, and said, "I'm a newly hired alchemist of the Han Lin Pavilion. I'll compete against you people in the next round. Are there any level 6 or level 7 alchemists among you? Let them out for a walk." "Fuck. Let them out for a walk. Do you think alchemists are dogs? Fucking let them out for a walk." Liang Jinbo fumed upon hearing this. There was a menacing look in his eyes, and he said, "Brother Kong, Brother Yun, how long are you going to let this brat muck around for?" Kong Xiao Yuan was just about to speak, yet Ling Han suddenly walked over and snatched the 3 pills from his hand. Although he was at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, such cultivation was completely insufficient before Ling Han. "If the tiger doesn't roar, you'll think I'm an ill cat." Ling Han tossed the 3 alchemical pills back into the cauldron. He then started to refine them. "What? You're tossing refined pills back into the cauldron to temper? Are you fucking retarded? To say nothing of alchemical pills, even forged items couldn't be tossed back into flames to temper if one weren't satisfied. There was martial intent in God tools, and recklessly tempering them would only lead to the destruction of both the martial intent and the God tool. Alchemical pills were much the same. However, instead of having martial intent, they possessed divine patterns that were formed from the intertwining regulations of heaven and earth. Moreover, these divine patterns were even more fragile. Why did alchemists have to be so careful when refining pills? This was because any mistake in intertwining the regulations would cause the entire cauldron of pills to become useless. Kong Xiao Yuan was just about to stop Ling Han, yet he was pulled back Yun Yong Wang. "Why?" he asked in confusion. "He's called Ling Han." Yun Yong Wang replied. "What?" Kong Xiao Yuan was stunned. However, he immediately shook his head. This person couldn't be their master. Their master had already been dead for over 10,000 years. However, because of their identical name, he decided to let Ling Han muck around this one time. Ling Han continued his refinement. Flames burned brightly, and after a short while, an astonishing fragrance wafted from the cauldron. This fragrance could be smelled from 5 kilometers away. Huh! The cauldron actually didn't explode. Liang Jinbo was completely stunned. Level 5 divine pills contained a huge amount of energy. Thus, refining them with flames could easily destroy the balance within the pills. Such an imbalance would result in an explosion of energy. If the imbalance weren't serious, it would lead to the explosion of the cauldron. If it were very serious, it would lead to a huge explosion that was as powerful as the full power attack of 10 or even 100 elites at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. Similar to the ultimate arrow, this was a concentrated explosion of energy. Thus, its might and power was far above its actual level. Ling Han had foolishly attempted to temper a refined pill, yet the cauldron actually hadn't exploded. This was extremely surprising and strange. The onlookers could barely believe their eyes. Could it be that he didn't put the alchemical pills in? Ling Han was completely focused on the task before him. He was going to elevate the quality of the pills, a task that was extremely difficult even for an alchemy emperor like him. Fortunately, these were only level 5 divine pills. His alchemy skills had already reached level 7, and it was because of this that he had a chance at success. The difficulty of this task was far too high. In fact, it was no easier than refining a cauldron of level 7 divine pills. Thus, even Ling Han had to be extremely careful. He extracted the divine patterns from the divine pills, and continued to fine-tune their intertwinings. Elevating the quality of alchemical pills wasn't equivalent to refining them anew. Thus, doing so wouldn't take a great amount of time. Ling Han stopped after just 2 hours. He had completed the task of elevating the pills' quality. He opened the cauldron and retrieved the pills. He then tossed them toward Liang Jinbo, and said, "Ignoramus, do some learning, yeah?" Liang Jinbo instinctively caught the pills. He swept his gaze over them, and his expression instantly became one of disbelief. Chapter 12:24, Crawl Out of This Street. Impossible. Liang Jinbo wore an expression of utter shock. As an alchemy prodigy and someone who was just qualified to be referred to as Grandmaster, he could clearly see that the quality of the 3 pills had increased significantly. Are you a bloody freak? You're actually able to reform already refined pills and elevate their quality? Just how powerful does your divine sense need to be? How deep is your understanding of medicinal ingredients? This is unbelievable. Can level 5 alchemists do this? Kang Xiaoyuan and Yunyong Wang were also stunned by Ling Han's feat. His accomplishment was far too freakish. Ling Han could definitely crush them. Moreover, Ling Han had been able to snatch the 4 directions pills from Kang Xiaoyuan's hand with ease. This said a lot about his cultivation level. Such a young alchemy and cultivation prodigy was actually willing to join their Lin Pavilion? They were dizzy with excitement. This? The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion all dashed over and surrounded Liang Jinbo. They carefully examined the 4 directions pills in his hands. However, they could only reach one conclusion no matter how they examined the pills. The pills that had been modified by Ling Han were far higher in quality than the pills that had been refined by Liang Jinbo. With such a huge difference in quality, even the members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion couldn't bring themselves to deliberately twist the facts and argue about whose pills were better. How is it? Ling Han asked with a smile. Let's continue the competition. The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion all looked at each other. They had known that the most skilled alchemist in the Lin Pavilion was only a level 5 alchemist. Thus, there was naturally no level 6 alchemist in their group, let alone a level 7 alchemist. However, Ling Han had succeeded in elevating the quality of a level 5 divine pill, and this signified that his alchemy was definitely above level 5. Who here could compete against him? Who would have thought there was a hidden prodigy in the small Lin Pavilion? An elder of the Treasure Forest Pavilion said. His surname was Hu, and people all referred to him as Grandmaster Hu or Alchemist Hu. He was also the leader of the Treasure Forest Pavilion delegation. He calmed his own camp, and also sent someone to report this matter. They had already won 5 matches in a row, and today was a good opportunity to take the Lin Pavilion down. How could they fall at the last hurdle? Sir, you are, he asked. Ling Han replied with a smile. Ling Han. Lin Pavilion? Alchemist Hu murmured to himself. He found this a bit strange. Was this just a coincidence? He chuckled, and said, Grandmaster Ling already has such outstanding alchemy achievements at such a young age. Your future is truly limitless. However, Grandmaster Ling looks a little unfamiliar. Perhaps you've only just joined the Lin Pavilion? They had naturally investigated their opponent before coming to challenge them. Thus, they knew the Lin Pavilion as well as the palm of their hands. However, the sudden appearance of Ling Han caught them completely off guard. Grandmaster Ling is a newly hired senior elder of my pavilion, Yunyong Wang immediately said. He naturally had to give Ling Han an authentic identity. Only then would his appearance seem convincing. Oh. Alchemist who squinted his eyes as he nodded, and then said, with Grandmaster Ling's abilities, why choose to waste your talent on the measly Lin Pavilion? How about you join our Treasure Forest Pavilion? We'll definitely provide you with more opportunities. Fuck. He was trying to steal their senior elder in public. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, with Meth's senior elder present, the Lin Pavilion will definitely become the most powerful holy land for alchemists in the Great Crimson Sun Imperial Empire, Cloud Apex Planet, Long Light Galaxy, and even the entire Immortal Realm. So, how about you join the Lin Pavilion? I can give you some tips. Holy motherfucker. How incredibly arrogant. To say nothing of the Treasure Forest Pavilion, even the members of the Lin Pavilion started to wipe cold sweat off their foreheads. They could barely maintain their footing in Big Trade City, yet Ling Han was actually dreaming of dominating the entire Immortal Realm? Was there any need to make such an audacious claim? Meanwhile, Alchemist who grimaced upon hearing Ling Han's words. He was already quite old, and he had studied alchemy for several million years. Even if he divided this time by 10, the number of years he had spent would still be far above what Ling Han had spent. Yet, Ling Han had actually offered to give him tips? How could he tolerate such belittling? Although knowledge didn't care about age, with those capable becoming the masters, Ling Han was still far too young. Moreover, he had only revealed a tiny bit of his skills. That wasn't enough to convince everyone. In the end, he could only say, Grandmaster Ling has such amazing confidence. In any case, Ling Han's performance had proved that he was at least a level 6 alchemist. Alchemy was similar to cultivation in that those at a higher level were referred to as a senior. However, though there were prodigies who could fight above their tier in cultivation, this was impossible in alchemy. The level of an alchemist was determined by the highest level pill they could refine. Thus, there was no notion of competing above one's tier. Since Ling Han's alchemy level was higher than his, alchemist who had to maintain an attitude of respect. Otherwise, he would be frowned upon by fellow alchemists. Meanwhile, Yun Yong Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan smiled happily. They both felt a sense of exaltation. The Treasure Forest Pavilion had started targeting them for no reason, and they had been on the losing end the entire time. Only at this moment did they turn the tables in a brilliant fashion. How could they not be delighted? This kind of sensation was absolutely euphoric. It reminded them of their time in the small world, where they had traveled around with their master. At that time, who didn't beg them to refine pills? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the Lin Pavilion still had an elite? There was a long bout of laughter as a man of around 30 years old walked in. He was dressed in an elegant white robe, and he appeared extremely dashing and confident. It's Grandmaster He. He's He Xinyan, and he's referred to as the youngest level 6 alchemist. His future is limitless. Heh, forget about that title. I know at least 10 people who are younger but more talented than Grandmaster He. However, Grandmaster He is indeed an alchemy prodigy. He became a level 5 alchemist 30,000 years ago, yet he was able to surge forward and become a level 6 alchemist 10,000 or so years ago. That's incredible. By playing this trump card, it looks like the Treasure Forest Pavilion wants to crush the Lin Pavilion. Of course. It's already reached this stage, so they definitely have to press home their advantage. But, why do I feel like the Treasure Forest Pavilion is going to lose? Same. This young man seems extremely unpredictable. Perhaps he'll perform a miracle. The onlookers were all engaged in spirited discussions, and there wasn't overwhelming support for He Xinyan. Our respects to Grandmaster He. The alchemists of the Treasure Forest Pavilion all bowed toward He Xinyan. In this world, power was might. He Xinyan raised his hand slightly, and said, "Rise." He then looked at Ling Han, and said, "Sir, you've only just joined the Lin Pavilion, so why embroil yourself in this mess? Heh. Ling Han replied with an indifferent chuckle. He naturally wouldn't waste his time discussing such nonsense. Anyhow, who would know that Kong Xiu Yuan and Yun Yong Wang were actually his disciples? Moreover, with his protective nature, how could he stand by idly while his disciples were bullied? No way. A menacing look appeared in He Jingyun's eyes. He was indeed a prodigious supreme prodigy. Thus, he was extremely conceited, and incredibly prone to becoming jealous. Now that a younger and possibly equally as talented alchemist had appeared, he was naturally filled with displeasure. "I'll compete against you," he said. "However, the loser will have to crawl out of this street." Chapter 1225, Refining the Explosive Thunder Pill. Crawl out of this street. Everyone's expression changed. This wager had gone way too far. Although the Treasure Forest Pavilion had been picking on the Lin Pavilion, they had only targeted the pavilion, not specific individuals. It was simply a competition for business. If the Lin Pavilion couldn't win, that was completely their own fault. However, He Jingyun was clearly intending to humiliate Ling Han with this wager. If Ling Han truly crawled out of this street, how could he still show his face in the future? He would definitely have to flee from this city with his tail between his legs. He wouldn't dare set foot in this city ever again. Ling Han's expression became cold. He could accept competition between businesses, yet He Jingyun was clearly targeting him with malicious intent. "Humph, you're seeking death. Are you sure you want to compete against the Alchemy Emperor?" "Deal," Ling Han said. "You've asked for this yourself. We're refining level 6 divine pills," He Jingyun stressed. Judging by Ling Han's qi and blood, he probably had yet to reach 1,000 years old. Thus, he could have only been a level 6 alchemist for a maximum of 1,000 years. With a mere 1,000 years of experience, how many cauldrons of level 6 divine pills could he have refined? How much understanding of level 6 divine pills could he have? However, little did he know that Ling Han was an alchemy emperor. Moreover, he possessed a reincarnation tree that allowed him to complete 1 year's worth of comprehension in 1 day. Ling Han smiled, and said, "Of course. Seeing as you're a junior, I'll choose my pill first. I'm refining the explosive thunder pill." In reality, this was the only level 6 divine pill he could refine. Thus, he would have chosen it regardless of whether he picked first or second. That being the case, why not flex a bit? Sure enough, his flex impressed many people. They had already said that there was a big difference between choosing first and choosing second. The person who chose second would enjoy the advantage of knowing their opponent's choice and being able to choose accordingly. Explosive thunder pill. He Jingyun exclaimed in slight surprise. Among level 6 divine pills, this pill was extremely difficult to refine. Moreover, it was an ancient pill that few people knew the recipe of. Coincidentally, he was one of those few people. Then I'll also choose the explosive thunder pill," He Jingyun said confidently. He chuckled coldly in his mind. His opponent definitely didn't know that he had spent a significant amount of time and effort studying the explosive thunder pill. Few people knew how to refine this pill, yet its effects were extraordinary. It could elevate the battle prowess of elites at the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier by 2 stars. Thus, it was incredibly rare and expensive. He would refine a cauldron of explosive thunder pills every once in a while, so he was already able to achieve a success rate of 100%. Moreover, the quality of his pills had steadily improved over time. You're choosing to refine the explosive thunder pill? You're digging a hole for yourself. Okay, we'll begin after preparing the ingredients. Alchemist who announced. Both parties started to prepare their ingredients. However, the members of the Lin Pavilion all wore troubled expressions. They didn't have any level 6 alchemists, so they naturally hadn't prepared any level 6 ingredients. Ling Han smiled and retrieved the ingredients from his black tower. Yun Yong Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan were both moved and confused. Why was Ling Han helping the Han Lin Pavilion? However, they couldn't push this powerful helper out the door at this moment, regardless of how confused they were. After preparing their ingredients, they both said, "Start," together, marking the beginning of their match. Ling Han's actions seemed especially casual. He had already refined several cauldrons of explosive thunder pills, and he would more so analyze his experiences and make improvements under the reincarnation tree after each session of refinement. With his identity as the Alchemy Emperor and with the help of the reincarnation tree, his skills in refining the explosive thunder pill would improve in leaps and bounds each time he reflected and completed comprehension. Now, he could already refine the explosive thunder pill with extreme ease. On the other hand, Xinyan's actions were extremely cautious and careful. He didn't dare let his attention waver. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he appeared as tense as could be. The stark contrast between them clearly revealed who was superior. Unless he's faking it, that Ling Han looks far more at ease. If this continues, he'll definitely win the match. Read more chapter on novel full. Didn't Xinyan say the loser would have to crawl out of this street? I'm already eager to see that happen. It's not every day you get to see a level 6 alchemist crawling along the street. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They all believed that Ling Han had a greater chance of victory. However, refining a cauldron of level 6 divine pills would take around half a month. Thus, even though Ling Han looked to be in control, the true victor would only be determined in half a month's time. Many people became impatient, and they returned home to eat and sleep. They could simply return in half a month to witness who won. Time crept by, and half a month quickly passed. There was a look of exhaustion on Xinyan's face. They were refining level 6 divine pills, and intertwining the divine patterns within them required an astonishing amount of concentration and energy. Not only was it taxing on one's divine sense, but it was also taxing on one's origin power. When refining such pills, alchemists usually ingested pills to replenish their origin power as they refined. However, Xinyan indeed lived up to his name as a prodigy. He didn't ingest a single pill from beginning to end. This wasn't out of conceit, but rather out of fear that he would lose concentration when ingesting those pills. He didn't want to affect the quality of his pills. Refining pills smoothly in one go was naturally the best. However, he was almost about to be sucked dry. After refining this cauldron of pills, he would need to rest for at least 1 month. Meanwhile, Ling Han's condition caused the onlookers to click their tongues and shake their heads in wonder. He still appeared at ease, and there wasn't a bead of sweat on his forehead. The only difference was the extra glimmer in his eyes. "Open!" Xinyan shouted as he slapped his cauldron. "Pa!" The lid of his cauldron flew up, and 3 pills immediately attempted to fly out as if they were trying to escape. Xinyan was prepared for this, and he grabbed at the pills with his right hand. The 3 pills instantly landed in his palm. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. In the past, he could only refine 2 pills at most. However, he had performed above par this time, successfully refining 3 pills. Victory is mine, right? Ling Han also slapped his cauldron. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Like with Xinyan, several dots of light flew from his cauldron. However, there were clearly more than 3 dots of light. 5 pills. Pooh! The alchemists from the Treasure Forest Pavilion instantly spluttered loudly. Although none of them could refine the explosive thunder pill, this didn't prevent them from knowing that the maximum number of explosive thunder pills per cauldron was 5. In other words, Ling Han had achieved perfection. Pa! The 5 pills landed in Ling Han's palm. He unclasped his hand, and the 5 faint blue pills immediately started to roll about as if they wanted to break free from his grasp and soar into the sky. Xinyan gritted his teeth, his face becoming a shade of red and a shade of blue. I actually lost? He couldn't accept this. If he lost, he would have to crawl out of this street. How could he show his face in the future? You've indeed refined more pills than me, he shouted. However, we still have to compare the quality of the pills. If your explosive thunder pills only possess a quality of 1 or 2 stars, how can they compare to mine? This wasn't unreasonable. However, successfully refining more pills usually meant that the pills were also of a higher quality. Thus, alchemists would only compare the quality of their pills if they had successfully refined the same number of pills. Xinyan was clearly unable to accept defeat. Ling Han smiled, and said, "Sure, then let's appraise the pills." Chapter 12:26, Arrival of the Level 7 Alchemist. The appraisal quickly returned a result. Alchemy skills and appraisal skills were 2 different matters. Even level 1 alchemists or non-alchemists, for that matter, could be skilled in appraising alchemical pills. This simply required one to have a good understanding of alchemical pills. Ling Han had achieved a resounding victory. Xinyan's explosive thunder pills barely reached 6 stars, while Ling Han's reached a whopping 9 stars. It wasn't perfect, but that was because Ling Han hadn't used the 3 fire guide. After all, he didn't want his disciples to guess his identity yet. Xinyan looked completely demoralized. He had lost, and lost in emphatic fashion, no less. The gulf between him and Ling Han was huge. "Please," Ling Han said with a smile. "You've lost, so it's time for you to crawl out of this street." Xinyan humphed before turning around to leave. He was too embarrassed to stay here. Oi, use all 4 limbs, not just your 2 legs, Ling Han said. Xinyan glanced back, and said in a proud voice, "You want to make me, a level 6 alchemist, crawl out ah." Before he could even finish his sentence, Ling Han had already walked over and lifted him up, forcing him to spread his arms and his legs. He couldn't break free from Ling Han's grip no matter what. He couldn't help but feel shocked. One had to realize that he was at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, which was the same cultivation level as Ling Han's. Yet, he couldn't even resist. "I hate dishonest people the most." Ling Han flung him to the floor, and said, "It was your own suggestion, so you've got to abide by it even if it means eating sh*t. If you dare to touch even a single hair of mine, believe me, the Treasure Forest Pavilion will crush you into pieces." Xinyan said in a threatening voice. If he had to crawl on the street in public, that would be humiliating not just for himself, but also for the Treasure Forest Pavilion. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "Oh no, I'm so scared." He then kicked Xinyan, and shouted, "Crawl." Xinyan obviously wasn't willing to do so. If he crawled, he really wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. "What the fuck are you? Are your promises farts from your mouth?" Ling Han continued to stomp on Xinyan's face as he spoke. However, Xinyan finally became tough for once, sticking his head between the cracked tiles in the floor. He was going to cower from Ling Han's attacks. Although having his face stomped on wasn't anything glorious, it was at least still better than crawling along the street in public. "Grandmaster Ling, it's about time you stopped," Alchemist Hu and the others said in persuasion. Ling Han smiled, and said, "Fine. Which of you is going to crawl out of the street for him? I'll let him go if any of you volunteer." The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion all exchanged a glance. They then shook their heads in unison. What a joke! Xinyan cared about face, so why wouldn't they care about face too? Hurry up and call for reinforcements. They attempted to keep Ling Han in check as they waited for the Treasure Forest Pavilion's reinforcements. Ling Han didn't mind this. Even if Xinyan didn't crawl out of this street, he would still lose all face after being stomped on by him. After a while, the reinforcements from the Treasure Forest Pavilion finally arrived. "Stop," a cultivator shouted. There wasn't a hint of medicinal smell on his body, so he definitely wasn't an alchemist. 2 complete suns and moons materialized behind him, signifying that he was at the peak stage of the medium extreme of the sun-moon tier. "Fine." Ling Han answered cooperatively. However, he continued to stomp on Xinyan aggressively. "I told you to keep your hands off him," the elite shouted in rage. He reached over and grabbed at Ling Han. Ling Han swung his fist in reply, smiling, and said, "I did keep my hands off him. However, you didn't tell me to keep my feet off him." Pang! Their strikes collided, and Ling Han suddenly sunk down. His power was on par with the late stage of the medium extreme of the sun-moon tier, though this was still 10 times weaker than the peak stage. However, his physique was incredibly powerful, so he was completely unaffected by the strike. Meanwhile, his foot was still resting on Xinyan's body. The force of their strikes instantly coursed through him and traveled into Xinyan's body. Pa, pa, pa. The tiles on the floor exploded into smithereens, and Xinyan's body instantly disappeared underground. Even his shadow couldn't be seen. "You!" The elite flared up in rage. He was a protection officer at the Treasure Forest Pavilion, and although his strength wasn't in the top echelon, he should have still been able to crush Ling Han, who was only at the early stage of the sun-moon tier. However, the reality was completely different from his expectations. "Heh, want to come again?" Ling Han said as he swept his gaze around. This elite wasn't the only backup that had come. Among the reinforcements from the Treasure Forest Pavilion, there were also several alchemists who had clearly been involved in alchemy for too long. In fact, the medicinal smell on their bodies could even be seen. This medicinal smell formed an aura that steamed behind their bodies, much like a dense mist. "Young lad, you're not going to tell me that you're a level 7 alchemist, right?" an elder said with a humph. There was a disbelieving look in his eyes. Although Big Trade City was very large, it was only a small city from the perspective of the entire Imperial Empire. This was evident when looking at the surrounding forces. The most powerful force near this city, the Cloud Phoenix sect, merely had an elite at the consummate level of the sun-moon tier. Thus, the most skillful alchemist assigned to this Treasure Forest Pavilion branch was only a level 7 alchemist. Level 8 alchemists would occasionally come here to refine some pills depending on the branch's needs. After all, there were only a few elites at the consummate level of the sun-moon tier in this place, so there was no need to refine too many level 8 divine pills. If they refined too many, whom would they sell them to? This elder's surname was Li, and he was one of the 3 level 7 alchemists who remained stationed at this Treasure Forest Pavilion branch. He had already stagnated at this level for almost 2 million years, and it was extremely likely that he would never become a level 8 alchemist. However, he was very senior, so he was naturally very conceited. Right now, it was possible that this young lad who was heaven knew how much younger than him was a level 7 alchemist. How could he not be jealous? Ling Han chuckled in scorn and said, "Old geezer, all your years of experience may as well have been wasted on a dog. You're unable to improve, yet you're becoming jealous of others. This is very bad. You." Alchemist Li almost exploded in anger, and chided, "You have no respect for your elders. Despicable. No respect?" Ling Han shook his head, and said, "We're all level 7 alchemists, so how is there any notion of seniority relevant? Respect is earned, not demanded. Fine, this elder will have a match with you." Alchemist Li roared. He was so furious that even his white hair billowed in the air. It was as if he wanted to swallow Ling Han alive. "As you wish." Ling Han nodded, and asked, "Do you want to bet anything?" He looked at Xinyan who was still under his food as he asked this. A string of curses raced through Xinyan's mind. Alchemist Li humphed, and said, "If you lose, immediately piss off out of Big Trade City forever." "Fine. If you lose, then please piss off out as well," Ling Han said calmly. "Grandmaster Li." The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion hurriedly urged him to rethink his wager. This young man was far too freakish, and his skills were especially profound. Making such a wager was far too rash. "Humph, you people don't trust my skills?" Alchemist Li asked. There was a look of intense displeasure on his face as he glanced at the others. The people from the Treasure Forest Pavilion all wiped the sweat off their forehead. They had all witnessed Ling Han's abilities before, and this young man couldn't be judged according to his appearance and age. His alchemy skills were simply unfathomable. "If you're defeated, won't you lose all face? Brat, show me what you've got. Today, I'll let you know the importance of age and experience." Alchemist Li started to provoke Ling Han. Ling Han grinned, and said, "Seeing as you're so old, I'll choose my pill first. I'm going to refine the spiritual rain bone developing pill." "Pooh!" Alchemist Li instantly spluttered loudly. Chapter 1227, Victory Again. The spiritual rain bone developing pill was definitely one of the top-level 7 divine pills, both in terms of medicinal effects and in terms of refinement difficulty. Alchemist Li didn't know how to refine it. The Treasure Forest Pavilion was extremely influential, and elders like Alchemist Li could also be regarded as extremely loyal. Thus, he naturally had the trust of the Treasure Forest Pavilion. As long as the level was right, the Treasure Forest Pavilion would unconditionally provide him with whatever pill recipe he wanted to learn. The spiritual rain bone developing pill was an ancient recipe, yet the Treasure Forest Pavilion still possessed a copy. Alchemist Li had also studied it, though he had failed to refine it even after several hundred attempts. After so many failures, he didn't dare to refine it again. He couldn't afford so many failures. Alchemists were indeed rich, but level 7 ingredients also cost money, right? Not only did they cost money, but they were expensive beyond belief. He really wanted to stand his ground and announce that he was also going to refine the spiritual rain bone developing pill. However, he truly had no confidence. His expression became solemn. If Ling Han genuinely succeeded in refining the spiritual rain bone developing pill, it wouldn't matter what pill he refined, nor would it matter how perfect his result was. There would only be one possibility: defeat. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can this brat surpass me in alchemy? If he does, won't my 2 million years of experience have been completely wasted? I'll refine the 4 clouds 4 rising pill. This was the most difficult level 7 divine pill that he could refine. Although it was inferior to the spiritual rain bone developing pill, at least it wasn't so inferior that he would appear weak. They prepared their ingredients, and then started to refine. Meanwhile, Xinyan had already been dug out from the ground. His face was colorful with blood and dirt. Logically speaking, he should have left after suffering such great humiliation. Otherwise, just being glanced at would be utterly humiliating. However, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to personally witness this alchemy match. He wanted to see Ling Han lose. However, he noticed that something was off right away. Ling Han appeared much more relaxed than Alchemist Li. One had to realize that the spiritual rain bone developing pill was more difficult to refine than the 4 clouds 4 rising pill, yet Ling Han actually appeared more relaxed. What did this signify? This signified that they were on 2 completely different levels. It was a shame that Alchemist Li couldn't see this. After all, he couldn't let his attention waver a single bit. The 4 clouds 4 rising pill was the most difficult pill that he could refine. However, he couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining this pill. Thus, he was naturally extremely careful and focused. Level 7 divine pills took even longer to refine. 20 days was a minimum. Meanwhile, level 8 divine pills would require a minimum of 1 month to refine. The onlookers went about their own businesses again. Apart from the members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion and Lin Pavilion, the other people all returned to their daily lives. It wouldn't be too late if they came back in a fortnight or so. However, Alchemist Li's refinement failed after just 16 days. His cauldron exploded. Pang! There was a heavy crack as his cauldron exploded. Fortunately, the explosion wasn't violent. There was no other damage apart from his cauldron exploding. If the explosion had been more serious, it was entirely possible that more than half of the people present would have been injured or killed. The old man was disconsolate. His cauldron had actually exploded. Right now, he could only hope that Ling Han's cauldron would also explode. Otherwise, Ling Han would win as long as he successfully refined his pills. Several days passed, and Ling Han finally stopped refining. He slapped the cauldron lid heavily. Pang! There was a soft clang, and 3 alchemical pills flew into the air. They were shrouded in a brilliant divine light. He had succeeded. Alchemist Li instantly slumped to the ground. His opponent had actually refined the spiritual rain bone developing pill. Even if he hadn't failed, he would have still had to admit defeat. Moreover, his opponent hadn't just succeeded, he had concocted a whopping 3 pills. This was terrifying. Ling Han grabbed the 3 spiritual rain bone developing pills with a smile, and said, "Alchemist Li, do you want to examine them?" "And no, it's fine." Alchemist Li stammered dejectedly. He had personally witnessed Ling Han's refinement during the last few days. His smooth and experienced movements had been especially pleasing to the eye. His alchemy skills were definitely miles ahead of his. He picked himself up and pushed the onlookers aside as he left. His figure appeared frail and forlorn. Read more chapter on novel full. Everyone sighed upon seeing this. This was a level 7 alchemist. The alchemists of the Treasure Forest Pavilion hurriedly chased after him, trying to console him and raise his spirits. Was there any need to take this loss so seriously? Alchemist Li smiled, and said, "A promise is a promise. I'll never return to Big Trade City again. However, I only said that I would leave the Big Trade City. I never said that I would leave the Treasure Forest Pavilion. So, it's entirely fine for me to go to a branch in some other city." Fuck. Everyone grimaced upon hearing this. Sure enough, experience came with age. After all this commotion, he was still a member of the Treasure Forest Pavilion. It was just that he would have to head to another branch. However, did alchemists care where they refined pills? Anyhow, being forced out of Big Trade City was still a stain on his name. The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion all left in shame. They had achieved emphatic victories in the beginning, yet they had suffered 2 resounding defeats in the end. They couldn't invite a level 8 alchemist at the moment, so retreating was naturally their only option. Staying here would merely be asking for more humiliation. This was an alchemy competition, so the Treasure Forest Pavilion couldn't act wantonly even if they possessed numerous very powerful elites. After all, some rules had to be followed. Our respects to Grandmaster Ling. Yunyong Wang, Kong Xiao Yuan, and the other members of the Lin Pavilion all bowed respectfully to Ling Han. Their expressions were full of respect and veneration. Ling Han was young, yet his alchemy skills were clear for all to see. Was a level 7 alchemist not impressive? In any case, Ling Han deserved this level of respect. Yun Yongwang and Kong Xiao Yuan were his disciples anyway, so it was only natural that they bowed to him. He casually raised a hand, and said, "Rise." Yun Yongwang and Kong Xiao Yuan invited Ling Han into the interior of the pavilion. The exterior would naturally be cleaned up by others. Meanwhile, the alchemy competition had attracted many customers to the Lin Pavilion, causing their business to go up explosively. "Grandmaster, may I ask why you helped us?" Yun Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan asked curiously. With Ling Han's alchemy skill, he could have easily entered the Treasure Forest Pavilion and mapped out a brighter future. So, why did he insist on joining their relatively weak pavilion? In fact, he was even willing to offend the Treasure Forest Pavilion. Ling Han drank some tea, and then replied, "I'm deeply acquainted with your master." Yun Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan exchanged a glance. They didn't understand what he meant by deeply acquainted. One had to realize that they had arrived in the immortal realm 10,000 years ago. Moreover, it was clear that no one else from the lower realm could ascend to the immortal realm. Those who had ascended were all members of the 5 sects. "I ascended from the lower realm a few years ago," Ling Han said. He decided to divulge a bit of his secret. "What?" Yun Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan both jumped up at the same time. Their minds were numb with shock. "Lower realm. He's actually from the lower realm." Kong Xiao Yuan shook his head in disbelief, and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Who doesn't know that the lower realm is controlled by the 5 sects? Even shattering void tier elites will be killed by the large formation set by the 5 sects if they try to shatter the void, to say nothing of opening the sky." Opening the sky meant that one had to shatter the restriction set by the 5 sects. Was this possible? Ling Han cracked a smile, and said, "Nothing in the world is impossible." So what if they're the 5 sects? Can they blot out the heaven with one hand and act as they please? Is this real? Yun Wang and Kong Xiao Yuan looked at each other. They felt as if the efforts of them 3 brothers over the past 10,000 years had all been for nothing. Chapter 1228, Freeloading Some Heavenly Tribulation. After arriving in the immortal realm, Yun Wang, Kong Xiao Yuan, and Chenrui Jing had never forgotten about the lower realm. They had worked extremely hard in these past 10,000 years, and they hoped that there would come a day where they could destroy the 5 sects and free the billions of beings in the lower realm. Right now, 2 of them had already become level 5 alchemists. Meanwhile, Chenrui Jing had put his focus on cultivation, and already advanced to the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. At this rate, perhaps they would be powerful enough to oppose the 5 sects in 1 million years or so. Destroying the 5 sects was their motivation, it was their lifelong goal. However, someone was suddenly telling them that they had already opened the sky and allowed the lower realm to ascend into the immortal realm. This plunged them into a state of existential confusion. Fuck, what should we do in the future? Then what about the 5 sects in the lower realm? Kong Xiao Yuan asked with a dazed expression. Ling Han smiled, and replied, "They've been annihilated, of course." Annihilated? How domineering. Kong Xiao Yuan and Yun Wang were both incredulous. The lower realm opening the sky and ascending to the immortal realm was such a significant turn of events, so why would the 5 sects keep their mouths shut? However, the more they thought about this, the more it made sense. Perhaps this news was only limited to the upper tiers of the 5 sects. That being the case, how could outsiders like them know about it? After all, if news got out that the 5 sects were refining the beings of an entire realm into a pill, could they escape the fate of being annihilated? There was a strange feeling in their minds as they looked at Ling Han. Not only was this young man supremely talented in alchemy, but he had also come from the lower realm. Moreover, his name was Ling Han. Their minds couldn't help but wander to their late master. However, 10,000 had already passed. Even if Ling Han their master hadn't died, and even if he had advanced to the shattering void tier, how could he have survived for 10,000 years? How could he have opened the sky a few years ago? This had to be a coincidence. They both had the same name, and they both happened to be alchemy prodigies. Kang Xiaoyuan changed the topic, asking, Senior Elder, how much compensation should we give you? He was a level 7 alchemist. Compared to him, the Han Lin Pavilion was far too small and insignificant. Ling Han smiled, and said, when I refine pills in the future, sell them without charging me a selling fee. Kang Xiaoyuan and Yun Yong Wang were both astonished. This was far too beneficial to them. Having a level 7 alchemist sell his alchemical pills in their store would greatly increase the Han Lin Pavilion's reputation and fame. This was incredibly beneficial to them, even if they didn't charge a selling fee. He was giving them all the benefits. Sure, there were generous people in the world. However, this person was far too generous. He was so generous that they could barely bring themselves to believe it. They asked some subtle questions, and tried to figure out his true identity. However, Ling Han still wanted to observe this place for a little longer, so he naturally didn't reveal anything else. He kept his 2 disciples in the dark. Meanwhile, Feng Peyun, Helian Tianyun, Mu Rongqing, and Ding Ping had already set off to gather information about the 5 sects. While they were at it, they would also search for the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. 10,000 years had already passed, and people would change. Anyhow, prodigies like them would experience the greatest amount of growth through actual battles. Solely focusing on cultivation would only hinder their progress. In the Black Tower, Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu finally completed their accumulation. They were going to break through to the immortal level. Ling Han brought them to some place outside the city. They endured their heavenly tribulation, and Ling Han also freeloaded on their tribulation. Half a day passed, and Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu both looked like they had turned into burnt charcoal. If it hadn't been for Ling Han's life-saving pills, they definitely would have died. Now, however, they had finally reached the immortal level. In their eyes, this was a miracle. They had actually become immortal level elites. Meanwhile, as someone who had freeloaded on heavenly tribulation, Ling Han's resulting tribulation was naturally formed according to his own tier. Ling Han's hair wasn't disheveled at all. He had studied the secrets of heaven and earth while enduring the heavenly tribulation, and he had turned these secrets into his own power. He unclasped his hand. Wang! Devastating arcs of lightning flashed through the air. This lightning certainly wasn't the same as the lightning of ordinary lightning element cultivators. Ling Han's lightning was filled with a domineering might and a rhythm of Tao. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, after freeloading on several tribulations, I've finally grasped a shred of heaven's might. The divine demon sword danced above his head. As Ling Han's god tool, the divine demon sword was naturally marked with the same martial intent as him. Thus, it also possessed a shred of heaven's might. If he unleashed the divine demon sword at this moment, perhaps ordinary elites at the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier would all fall to their knees. Perhaps they would submit to the power of heaven's might. Zhu Wujiu and Guang Yuan both kneeled to Ling Han, and said, "Thank you for your help, young Master Han." If it weren't for Ling Han, the limit of their cultivation would have been the spiritual ocean tier. They wouldn't have been able to surpass this tier. Moreover, if they hadn't followed Ling Han, they would still be ordinary people in the Great Ling Empire, even if they had ascended to the immortal level. Coming across Ling Han was the best thing in their lives. Meanwhile, them choosing to follow him was the best decision in their lives. Otherwise, why were there only 4 followers by Ling Han's side? Ling Han waved his hand and signaled for the 2 of them to rise. There was no need for them to return to the Black Tower anymore. They could walk their own paths now. He could hasten their progress, yet he had to control how much he did so. By forcefully dragging the level of 2 people who were slightly above ordinary to the mountain river tier, he had pretty much squeezed out their full potential. In fact, he might have exhausted their potential. If he tried to improve their cultivation any more, even an unlimited number of alchemical pills would be useless. They would simply be killed by heavenly tribulation. After returning to Big Trade City, Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan took turns being stationed at the Han Lin Pavilion as representatives of Ling Han. They would notify Ling Han if there were any important matters. Meanwhile, Ling Han studied the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. He would rake in even more wealth if he could refine this pill. Ken Yi and Yuansheng he also left Big Trade City. They headed to the vast mountain ranges outside the Big Trade City, where they would battle against bandits and improve their combat skills. They had stayed in the Black Tower for far too long, and if they didn't gain any battle experience, it was possible that they would become negative-star idiots like Hu Feiyun. In this peaceful environment, Ling Han continued to study the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. Theoretically speaking, level 8 divine pills were the limit of what Sun-Moon tier elites could refine. However, one's cultivation level wasn't a reflection of their alchemy level. Perhaps a level 7 alchemist would only be at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, while an elite at the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier could only become a level 1 alchemist. One's cultivation level simply determined the limit of their alchemy level. After all, alchemy required one to have a powerful divine sense as well as control over powerful flames. Ling Han had already reached the Sun-Moon tier, and thus the highest level of pill he could refine was level 8 divine pills. Moreover, with a divine sense as powerful as his, perhaps he could even refine level 9 divine pills when he reached the peak stage of the Sun-Moon tier. Treasure Forest Pavilion. Oh. The Han Lin Pavilion actually has an alchemy prodigy who defeated Alchemist Li? The person who spoke was a shapely woman. She sat with her legs crossed, and her split dress revealed one of her long and pale legs. It was especially slender, and it was as smooth as jade. Her voice was sweet and enchanting, and those who were present all felt an itch in their hearts. However, upon remembering her status, none of them dared to let their feelings show. They simply answered her question with a respectful yes. She was the person in charge of the Treasure Forest Pavilion's Big Trade City branch. Her name was Lin Yuqi, and she had only been here for less than 3 months. According to rumors, Lin Yuqi was the lover of some great elite in the headquarters of the Treasure Forest Pavilion. However, that person's wife couldn't tolerate her, so she was assigned to this branch to escape her wrath. Who dared to have any improper thoughts about her? Chapter 1229, Level 8. Lin Yuqi looked around the room, and those present all remained silent. This woman had a lofty status, so no one dared to talk back to her. It was frightening to even take an extra glance at her. This wasn't because she was ugly, but rather because she was too seductive and beautiful. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves. If they lost control, they would die before they even knew it. Milady, our business has fallen by at least 20%. The Han Lin Pavilion has stolen these customers, a protection officer said. Lin Yuqi, who was resting lazily on a chair, said, "It's already been so many days. Haven't you people devised a solution yet?" Milady, we lost all of the high-level alchemy matches, and as a result, many customers lost confidence in us. If we want to turn the tables, we must defeat the Han Lin Pavilion in alchemy, an old alchemist said. Although alchemists enjoyed a transcendent standing, how could beings of this world break free from the lure of fame and riches? Lin Yuqi had a powerful background, and thus even the alchemists treated her with utmost respect. Lin Yuqi waved her hand, and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Where's my solution?" She appeared especially annoyed. "There are 2 solutions," the old alchemist said. He paused for a moment before continuing. Number 1, the Han Lin Pavilion is completely reliant on the alchemist called Ling Han. If we can convince him to join us, the Han Lin Pavilion will naturally be put back in their place. Lin Yuqi nodded, and asked, "What about the second solution?" "That Ling Han claims to be a level 7 alchemist. If we can enlist the help of a level 8 alchemist to have a match with him, we'll definitely achieve victory, regardless of whether they refine level 7 divine pills or level 8 divine pills." However, we don't have level 8 alchemists permanently stationed at our pavilion. Even if we immediately ask for help now, it'll still take them 2 to 3 months to reach our city. If they get delayed, it might take even longer. Ling Yuqi pondered for a moment before saying, "We'll try both solutions at once. We'll persuade Ling Han to join us first, and if he obediently accepts, that will naturally be the best. However, if he isn't willing to join, we'll have no choice but to suppress him." "Understood," the old alchemist said with a nod. Lin Yuqi hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It seems like that Ling Han is fairly skilled in alchemy. So, there's no harm in promising him more benefits. Treat him as if he's a level 8 alchemist." "Understood." The old alchemist nodded in understanding. He believed that Ling Han would definitely accept their offer, unless he was retarded. However, much to his disbelief, he was shooed away by Ling Han's 2 followers before he even got to see Ling Han. He reported this to Lin Yuqi, and the seductive beauty naturally became infuriated. She demanded that they get a level 8 alchemist over as soon as possible. She was going to crush Ling Han once and for all. Unfortunately for them, the level 8 alchemist was in seclusion at this moment. He had apparently obtained an ancient pill recipe, and he had placed all of his attention on studying it. Thus, he couldn't come to the big trade city anytime soon. The Treasure Forest Pavilion couldn't do anything about this, and they could only sit by idly as they watched the Lin Pavilion grow. However, that alchemist would definitely come out from seclusion in half a year at most, regardless of whether he mastered the pill recipe or not. After all, he had to take a breather from time to time. When that time came, someone would naturally tell him the news, and request that he come over to defeat Ling Han. Meanwhile, Ling Han had also entered seclusion to study the Berserk Blood Spirit Pill. This kind of pill had been called the saintly pill of the Sun-Moon tier during ancient times. Not only did it have astonishing effects, but it was also tremendously hard to refine. Extracting the divine patterns from medicine and intertwining them together was almost as difficult as refining lower-grade level 9 divine pills. Half a year passed, and Ling Han finally managed to understand all of the steps and procedures. Now, it was time to put everything into practice. Ling Han's heart throbbed slightly. This was because he definitely wouldn't succeed in one go. However, each failure would mean wasting 1 Red Rain Divine King fruit. This represented the loss of 1 sub-minor level of the Sun-Moon tier. However, it would be an even bigger waste if he didn't attempt to refine the Berserk Blood Spirit Pill. As valuable as the Red Rain Divine King fruits were, they only represented wealth, not power. He began his attempts. Failure. 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 Level 8 divine pills were indeed very difficult to refine. Even though Ling Han already understood all of the steps and procedures, as well as the intertwining of the divine pattern, she had comprehended these under the reincarnation tree, which meant that he had spent over 100 years familiarizing himself with these. He still made mistakes when he refined the pills in real life. Understanding and putting to practice were 2 very different concepts. Ling Han's heart throbbed. The Red Rain Divine King fruits continued to decrease, going from an initial 129 to the current 87. This revealed just how many times he had failed. Only when the Red Rain Divine King fruits decreased to 46 did he finally succeed in refining a cauldron of Berserk Blood Spirit Pill. However, there was only 1 pill. This wasn't due to his ability. In fact, one could only refine 1 Berserk Blood Spirit Pill per cauldron. The only difference would be in terms of quality. There couldn't be any difference in the number of pills. Success. I've finally succeeded. Ling Han laughed in delight. He wasn't in a hurry to ingest this pill. Instead, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and began to reflect on the mistakes that he had made during refinement. In fact, it was exactly because of this habit that his alchemy skills were able to improve in leaps and bounds. With the help of the reincarnation tree, he naturally improved even faster. 2 days passed, and he completed his session of reflection. He continued to refine the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. He succeeded again, and this time, the quality of the pill was slightly higher. A smile spread across Ling Han's face. If he could ingest these Berserk Blood Spirit pills one after another, his cultivation level would rapidly advance by 2 sub-minor levels. Along with it, his battle prowess would also be elevated by 2 stars. However, a Berserk Blood Spirit pill would take 3 days to digest. Ling Han realized that he had already remained secluded for a long time, so he decided to head out to check on the current situation. He exited the Black Tower. Just as he opened the door of his room, he saw Zhu Wujiu run over. There was a look of delight on his face, and he said, "Young Master Han, you've finally come out of seclusion. What's wrong?" "The Treasure Forest Pavilion has written another notice of battle. They want to challenge young Master Han," Zhu Wujiu said. He paused for a moment before continuing. The notice of battle was issued a little over 2 months ago. However, young Master Han was in seclusion, so we didn't give them a reply. Right now, everyone's saying that young Master Han is cowering from the challenge. Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle. He'd never took other people's thoughts to heart. After all, he was living for himself, not others. In any case, what could others think about him if he displayed absolute strength? Since that's the case, let's go and answer their challenge. Ling Han headed to the Lin Pavilion. Upon entering, he realized that the number of customers had dwindled considerably. The entire store seemed empty and quiet. Meanwhile, most of the store attendants were walking around aimlessly. There was genuinely nothing for them to do. By the looks of it, Ling Han's cowardice had brought the reputation of the Lin Pavilion crashing down. Few customers visited the store. "Senior Elder, you've finally returned." Yun Yong Wang's and Kong Xiu Yuan's frown finally eased when they saw Ling Han. It was as if they had seen their savior. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "It's always been them challenging us. Let's go to the Treasure Forest Pavilion today and challenge them for a change." Agreed. Yun Yong Wang and Kong Xiu Yuan both nodded in excitement. There was a ball of fire in their bellies. Chapter 1230, Han Xinyan. However, the Treasure Forest Pavilion has dispatched a level 8 alchemist this time. Moreover, this alchemist is regarded as a genius, Kong Xiu Yuan immediately said. By heading over to challenge the Treasure Forest Pavilion, they were naturally aiming for victory. However, if they ended up being thrashed, that wouldn't be very fun. Level 8 alchemist? Ling Han chuckled to himself. If it were half a year ago, he would have to seriously reconsider his actions. If level 8 alchemists refined level 7 divine pills, their success rate would definitely be higher, and the quality of their pills would also be on another level. He would be confident, but he wouldn't be able to guarantee victory. Now, however, he had already managed to refine the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. The difficulty of refining this pill was close to that of refining level 9 divine pills. So, why would he be afraid of a level 8 alchemist? That's not a problem. Ling Han said. Kong Xiu Yuan and Yun Yong Wang exchanged a glance. They then nodded in understanding. Ling Han was incredibly talented in alchemy, so a level 8 alchemist might not necessarily be able to suppress him if they both refined level 7 divine pills. After a short while, the three of them arrived at the Treasure Forest Pavilion. Compared to the Lin Pavilion, the time-honored Treasure Forest Pavilion seemed far more majestic. Just its size alone was 10 times bigger than the Lin Pavilion. It didn't seem like an alchemy store at all. Instead, it seemed like a magnificent palace. Due to Ling Han's cowardice, this place had naturally regained its customers and reputation. The flow of customers was almost like a dragon as they streamed in and out of the entrance. It was as if there would never be a quiet moment. Ling Han strode over, and shouted, "Ling Han, the Han Lin Pavilion's senior elder, has come to challenge the Treasure Forest Pavilion. Does anyone dare to accept the challenge?" The stream of customers instantly faltered upon hearing this. They all turned around to look at Ling Han. The Han Lin Pavilion is accepting the challenge? It's showtime. It wasn't long before a voice traveled out from the Treasure Forest Pavilion. "Heh, Grandmaster Ling has cowered like a turtle for so long. Did you finally muster the courage to show your head? Why is there a wild dog barking?" Ling Han immediately chided. "Why you dare to call me a dog?" the person shouted angrily. "Heh, I simply made a remark. Why did you assume I was talking about you?" Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Perhaps you're feeling guilty or in the wrong? Is that why you're making connections to yourself every time I mention the word dog? Detestable." Pung! The sound of something shattering traveled out from the palace. It was clear that someone was infuriated. "Grandmaster Ling sure is impressive. Your words precede your person." Another old voice traveled over as an old alchemist walked out from the palace. Because of the stairs leading from the path to the palace, the old man instantly had the advantage of height. He looked down at Ling Han. "Heh, you want to play these tricks on me?" Ling Han's body shook, and he instantly transformed into a giant. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was nothing difficult to achieve. The tables had turned, and now it was he who was looking down on the old alchemist. "I've come to accept the challenge. Whom is the Treasure Forest Pavilion dispatching?" The old alchemist grimaced, and thought to himself, "This brat really isn't willing to suffer any loss." He chuckled, and said, "Please wait for a moment, Grandmaster Ling. I'll go and invite Grandmaster Han straight away." He turned around and entered the palace. Meanwhile, Ling Han shrunk back to his normal size. He had simply been messing with the old man. True challenges were won through strength. "Let's go," Ling Han said. He immediately walked toward the palace. Kang Xiao Yuan and Yang Yong Wang exchanged a glance before hurriedly catching up. A strange feeling welled up in their minds when they looked at the person in front of them. It was as if they had returned to the lower realm, and were following their master as he defeated alchemist after alchemist, and eventually built his reputation as the Alchemy Emperor. The three of them quickly entered the palace. Their opponents welcomed them with a wall of people who had their arms crossed before their chests. They appeared aggressive and overbearing. Ling Han retrieved a chair from the Black Tower and casually sat down. He made himself feel at home. The people from the Treasure Forest Pavilion were infuriated upon seeing this. "How fucking confident are you? You're making it seem as if you're the owner of this place." After a short while, the wall of people suddenly parted, revealing a woman who was followed by a flock of followers. This was an extremely aloof beauty. Her body was shapely and slender, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her skin was especially smooth and pale. If he were to nitpick, then it would be that her chest was a bit too flat. It wasn't full and impressive enough. "You're Ling Han." A hint of scorn and even disgust appeared on her face when she swept her gaze over Ling Han. "I'm a level 8 alchemist, so why aren't you paying your respects to me?" "TSK. How domineering." Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "How do you know I'm not a level 9 alchemist? Isn't that nonsense? How can there possibly be a level 9 alchemist as young as you? Do you really think everyone's called Han Xinyan?" The aloof beauty was extremely haughty. She was a true alchemy prodigy. She was merely 10,000 years old, yet she was already a level 8 alchemist. It was only due to the limit of her cultivation level, the insufficient power of her divine sense, and the insufficient might of her flames that she hadn't advanced to become a level 9 alchemist yet. Her opponent looked much younger than her, yet he actually wanted to surpass her in alchemy? That was simply impossible. Humph. So be it. Han Xinyan said haughtily. Let's have a match. If you lose, obediently kowtow to me 100 times and admit that you disrespected me. Ling Han smiled, and said, being the gentleman that I am, I won't make you kowtow or whatnot even if you lose. You can simply bring me some tea and admit that I'm better. A cold glint appeared in Han Xinyan's eyes. The arrogance of this junior infuriated her. Alchemy was similar to cultivation in that a gap of one tier was like the gulf between heaven and earth. Yet, this level 7 alchemist actually dared to act arrogantly before a level 8 alchemist. This was incredibly disrespectful. She forcefully suppressed her anger, and said, enough with the nonsense. Let's begin our match. Seeing as you're a junior, I'll choose first. I'll refine the spiritual rain bone developing pill. A wave of commotion swept through the audience when they heard this. Everyone knew that Ling Han had defeated Alchemist Li by successfully refining the spiritual rain bone developing pill. He had single-handedly turned the tables on the Treasure Forest Pavilion. However, Han Xinyan was actually choosing to refine the spiritual rain bone developing pill now. This was a sign of absolute confidence. She was going to defeat her opponent at his own game. How domineering. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, we're not refining level 7 divine pills today. Ha! Don't tell me you want to refine level 6 divine pills? Han Xinyan said with a cold chuckle. No, we're going to refine level 8 divine pills. Ling Han said. The surroundings instantly fell silent. You've got to be joking, right? You personally said that you were a level 7 alchemist. It's only been half a year, yet you're claiming that you can refine a level 8 divine pill now? Who can improve so quickly? Kang Xiao Yuan and Yang Yong Wang were also about to go crazy. If your cauldron explodes the moment you start, won't you attract the ridicule of everyone? Han Xinyan scoffed, and said, are you telling me you can refine level 8 divine pills? Why not? Ling Han retrieved his cauldron, and said, the pill I'm going to refine today is the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. What? Han Xinyan exclaimed in astonishment. Berserk Blood Spirit pill. The recipe for this pill had been lost long, long ago. At least, no one in the Long Light Galaxy could refine this pill. The recipe for this pill was tremendously valuable, and if a genuine Berserk Blood Spirit pill appeared, it would definitely trigger furious competition between buyers. Chapter 1231, Admit I'm Stronger. Is he bluffing? Han Xinyan wasn't sure. The man before her was far too confident. Either he was truly confident, or he was an absolute madman. Fine then, we'll refine level 8 divine pills, she said solemnly. Right now, she was genuinely taking him seriously. She didn't dare to underestimate Ling Han anymore. I'm going to refine the 9 Emperor Golden Bell pill. This was also a level 8 divine pill, but it was inferior to the Berserk Blood Spirit pill both in terms of medicinal effects and in terms of refinement difficulty. After all, the Berserk Blood Spirit pill could almost be regarded as a level 9 divine pill. Thus, regardless of what pill she chose, its refinement difficulty definitely couldn't surpass the Berserk Blood Spirit pill. That being the case, her choice of pill naturally didn't matter too much. As long as Ling Han succeeded in refining the Berserk Blood Spirit pill, he would be crowned the victor, regardless of the quality of his pill. On the flip side, Ling Han would lose if his cauldron exploded and she succeeded in refining her pills. Please. Both of them started to prepare their ingredients. When Ling Han retrieved a Red Rain Divine King fruit, a serious look appeared in Han Xinyan's beautiful eyes. Now that Ling Han had retrieved this kind of divine fruit, it was clear that he wasn't joking. Otherwise, the price of his joke would be far too high. Has he really grasped that ancient recipe? Can he truly refine the berserk blood spirit pill? She found this notion absurd. However, for some reason, she had a slight feeling that Ling Han might succeed. This caused her to become a little discomposed. Our match hasn't even started yet, so why am I predicting my own defeat? The onlookers were all crowded outside the door. Moreover, there was a restriction that stopped their voices from traveling into the palace. This was to prevent them from disturbing the two competitors. Right now, Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiao Yuan could only choose to trust Ling Han, even though they were still unable to accept that he had advanced another level in just half a year. Boom! Divine flames soared into the air as the two young alchemists began to refine their pills. Ling Han quickly entered a trance-like state. Among all the pills he had come across, the berserk blood spirit pill was the most difficult to refine. Moreover, it was the limit of what he could refine. Thus, even he had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, a small mistake would undo all of his previous efforts. The refinement of level 8 divine pills would take an entire month. This tested not only one's patience and determination, but also the strength of one's origin power and divine sense. Refining level 8 divine pills was akin to battling at full power. How many people could battle at full power for an entire month? Any pause would result in their cauldron exploding. Thus, the higher the level, the fewer the alchemists. Ling Han rid his mind of all unnecessary thoughts. This wasn't merely a match. The berserk blood spirit pill was a pill that he needed at this moment, and thus him refining it was both to win the match and to benefit himself. Thus, he naturally had to treat it with utmost seriousness. During this month of refining, the onlookers came and went and came. Apart from alchemists, who had the patience to watch from beginning to end? Anyhow, this was truly a grand feast for alchemists. Witnessing the techniques of two level 8 alchemists was of immense help to them. When the final day arrived, almost everyone in the city squeezed over to witness the final results. Open. Ling Han and Han Xinyan slapped their cauldrons at almost exactly the same time. Pang! The lids of their cauldrons instantly flew up. This time, Ling Han didn't hold back anymore. He activated the three-fire guide, his most familiar technique. Ah! Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiao Yuan instantly gasped in shock. Their mouths hung so wide open that even an egg could be stuffed in. Three-fire guide. That's definitely the three-fire guide, they exclaimed in their minds. However, the three-fire guide was clearly the ultimate technique of their master. Moreover, he had only taught it to them too. Meanwhile, they hadn't gone around teaching it to other people in the lower realm. So, where had Ling Han learned it from? Perhaps, he's master's intergenerational disciple? Xiao. Bringing with it a brilliant glow, a pill soared from Ling Han's cauldron. It danced about in the air. This was the berserk blood spirit pill. He had succeeded. Han Xinyan took a single glance, and sighed in her mind. With her skills, she had known that Ling Han was definitely refining the berserk blood spirit pill just by seeing that there was a red rain divine king fruit among his ingredients. Now that his pill had formed, the result of this match was clear. She had lost, and Ling Han had won. I've lost, she said sincerely. The onlookers were stunned. Who could believe that Ling Han had actually become a level 8 alchemist? Moreover, he had defeated Han Xinyan, a prodigy among prodigies. The members of the Treasure Forest Pavilion were all frozen with shock. They had spent the past half a year waiting for that level 8 alchemist who was studying an ancient pill recipe in seclusion. However, he had remained in seclusion the entire time. Coincidentally, Han Xinyan had come to visit Lin Yuqi. Thus, Lin Yuqi asked for her help to challenge the Han Lin Pavilion. Han Xinyan was a renowned young alchemist, and there were all kinds of titles and feats attributed to her. Simply put, she was a prodigy who was born for alchemy. She was one of the 10 most talented alchemists in the Great Crimson Sun Imperial Empire. Now, however, she had lost to an even younger alchemist. Unbelievable. This was absolutely unbelievable. Han Xinyan was indeed a proud individual. However, she wasn't one to swallow her words. She immediately brought Ling Han a cup of tea, then used her finger like a sword, and carved, "I admit you're stronger," at his feet. A defeat was a defeat, and she took it on the chin. Ling Han nodded in his mind. This woman had a good character, and she was also extremely talented in alchemy. He felt an urge to take her as his 6th disciple. However, their alchemy level was identical at this moment, and they were also representing opposing forces. If he asked to take her as a disciple, perhaps everyone would roll their eyes in reply. He sipped some tea, and said, "We've completed our match, and I've also drunk my tea. So, farewell." "Wait." Han Xinyan called. She bit her lip, and said, "I'll definitely challenge you again." "Heh, no problem. However, that'll have to wait until when I'm free," Ling Han replied with a smile. He wasn't trying to avoid her challenge. Rather, his main focus was on cultivation, so he couldn't concentrate on alchemy all the time. Ling Han left with Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiao Yuan. The onlookers naturally dispersed as well. However, when the 3 of them arrived back at the Lin Pavilion, they immediately discovered that the number of customers had increased 5-fold compared to when they had left. Moreover, this was just the beginning. When they returned to the Lin Pavilion, Kang Xiao Yuan couldn't contain himself anymore, and he asked, "Senior Elder, dare I ask, did you use the 3-fire guide just then?" Ling Han grinned, and said, "Correct." Through his observation during the past half a year, in fact, it wasn't his observation, but Guang Yuan's and Zhu Wujiu's observation determined that these 2 disciples had no relationship with the Cloud Phoenix sect. They most likely hadn't forgotten their roots. "Senior Elder, where did you learn this secret technique?" Yun Yong Wang asked. "Where?" A look of reminiscence appeared on Ling Han's face, and he said, "I was the one who invented this technique." Tang, tang. Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiao Yuan instantly jumped up, expressions of fury on their face. He actually dared to claim their master's 3-fire guide as his own invention? This was far too shameless. Regardless of how much he had helped the Lin Pavilion, there were some things that couldn't be said, and there were some lines that couldn't be crossed. That was about their master was like a deity, like a true immortal. His name definitely couldn't be soiled. "I think it's time for Senior Elder to leave," Yun Yong Wang said coldly. Chapter 1232, Ling Family's Widow. Kang Xiao Yuan's expression was also cold. Ling Han had indeed helped the Lin Pavilion immensely. However, even if it resulted in the Lin Pavilion's immediate collapse, they definitely couldn't let someone who had plagiarized their master remain in their store. This would be a sign of great disrespect to their master. Ling Han laughed loudly. He was extremely satisfied with his disciple's performance. However, he said, "Are you people trying to drive out your benefactor?" "We'll give you the necessary compensation," Kang Xiao Yuan said coldly. "Aren't you afraid that I'll join the Treasure Forest Pavilion?" Ling Han asked. "You two should know. If I join the Treasure Forest Pavilion, this store definitely won't last 10 days. It'll be about time to shut the store and call it a day. Heh, I wonder if you've heard of this phrase, "It's better to die with honor than to survive with dishonor." Yun Yong Wang said resolutely. Ling Han clapped his hands, and said, "Is there really any need to take things so far? I simply made a claim. Sir, it's about time you left. We'll send the compensation to your residence in a few days," Kang Xiao Yuan said. His words made it clear that Ling Han wasn't welcome anymore. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, I remember that was a cold winter's day. I was outside a restaurant, and I discovered a freezing child sitting out the front. I ordered a bowl of noodles for him, and he started to follow me from that moment onward. He would follow me no matter where I went. Kang Xiaoyuan involuntarily shuddered. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes as he stared at the man in front of him. That was how he and his master had met. He had been an orphan, and he had almost frozen to death. After receiving a bowl of noodles from Ling Han, he had started to follow him wherever he went. He had tried everything he could to become Ling Han's follower. In the end, Ling Han had been moved by his perseverance, and had finally taken him as a disciple. He hadn't betrayed Ling Han's hopes either, and he had displayed an outstanding talent in alchemy. From that moment on, he began his journey as an alchemist. He had never told this story to anyone else. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Ling Han turned to Yun Yong Wang, and said, You were the young master of the Yun clan. However, you were dumped by your fiancé, so you came to acknowledge me as your master. You wanted to learn martial arts so that you could return one day and give that woman 2 solid slaps. Unexpectedly, however, your alchemy talent far surpassed your cultivation talent. In the end, you didn't become a cultivation elite, but instead became an alchemy grandmaster. Yong Wang, master still remembers the robe that you once made for me. You made it a size too large, and you ended up being the butt of your 3 brothers' jokes for a good half a year. Master. Yun Yong Wang involuntarily exclaimed. However, he immediately noticed that something was off. How could this person be his master? Ling Han sighed, and said, Master went to explore an ancient site, yet I ended up being killed. However, my soul managed to survive. 10,000 years later, I was reborn in the body of a youth. Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiaoyuan exchanged a glance. They were extremely delighted, yet they also found this hard to believe. One had to realize that the reincarnation flower was a precious treasure among precious treasures, even in the immortal realm. Only one reincarnation flower would blossom every 10 billion years. Yet, Ling Han was able to reincarnate in the lower realm? If that were true, his fortune was even better than that of a saint. Should we trust him? Ling Han chuckled, and then started to recount the bits and pieces from their hundreds of years together. Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiaoyuan became more and more astonished. Although these things weren't secrets, nor were they secret techniques, they were events that only their master and his 4 disciples should have known. Now that they heard these events being recounted by Ling Han, they became more and more convinced that he was genuinely their master. In fact, the most important proof was actually his alchemy skill. Apart from their master, who else could possess such supreme alchemy talent? If he were genuinely their master, advancing 1 level in just half a year wasn't impossible. Master. Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiaoyuan both kneeled down, tears streaming down their faces. Ling Han's heart also beat in excitement. He raised a hand, and said, No need for such formalities. It's been 10,000 years, and Master is pleased to see that you're both safe and sound. I'm also pleased to see that you've both improved in cultivation and alchemy. Master, tears continued to stream down Yun Yong Wang's and Kang Xiaoyuan's face. They were so emotional that they could barely speak. That's right, where are your 2 brothers? Ling Han asked. Out of his 4 disciples, Chen Rui Jing was the eldest, Yun Yong Wang was second eldest, Kang Xiaoyuan was 3rd eldest, and the flamboyant Jiang Yufeng was the youngest. Yun Yong Wang's expression changed slightly, and it was as if he were in 2 minds about whether he should speak or not. Ling Han noticed this, and he said, I know there was some friction between you brothers. I guessed this when I saw the 2 cold spear associations in the lower realm. What on earth happened? Yun Yong Wang and Kang Xiaoyuan exchanged a glance. Yun Yong Wang then said, I'll explain. He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts before saying, a few hundred years after Master died, he immediately stopped, and there was an awkward expression on his face as he glanced at Ling Han. "Don't worry about it," Ling Han said with a smile. The 5 sects quickly revealed their true colors. They wanted to sacrifice the entire world. At that time, the elites of the world all gathered together to oppose the despicable plan of the 5 sects. However, even though heaven and earth had changed, allowing more elites to appear, the 5 sects had a far greater amount of resources. Not only that, but they had support from the immortal realm. Although we managed to kill a few immortals, we were still emphatically defeated in the end. Meanwhile, the daughter of a powerful figure from the Heaven's Sword Palace had come down to sightsee. However, she actually ended up falling in love with 4th brother. Ah! Ling Han couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That flamboyant Jiang Yufeng had actually captured the heart of a noble beauty from the immortal realm? This was truly astonishing. Unexpectedly, 4th brother also fell in love with that woman. In fact, he even wanted us to follow him to the immortal realm. However, we naturally rejected him. It was during that time that, us 4 brothers fell out with each other, Yun Yongwang said. We had initially planned to fight to the death in the lower realm. However, Master's wife No, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden took us into the immortal realm. We didn't dare to disobey her. Sure enough, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was already his wife in their minds. Her words were even more authoritative than his. Ling Han shook his head. He hadn't been able to defeat the heavenly phoenix divine maiden at that time. Now, however, he could probably defeat her. "Where is she now?" he asked. There was a hint of emotion in his voice. Although Master's wife. Although the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was born in a small world, her bloodline was supremely powerful. She became a core disciple after returning to the Cloud Phoenix sect, and she advanced to the Sun-Moon tier after just 3,000 years. Right now, she's already reached the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier, Kong Xiao Yuan replied. However, she was displeased with her sect's actions, so she announced her retirement after making several great contributions to the sect. Moreover, she calls herself. He paused to look at Ling Han. Ling Han couldn't help but feel annoyed, and he said, "Brat, you dare to leave your master hanging?" Although Kong Xiao Yuan had already lived for so many years, he still chuckled when he heard Ling Han call him a brat. Of course, in terms of relative age, a 10,000-year-old elite at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier was indeed quite young. She calls herself the Ling family's widow, he said. Ling Han stroked his chin. That savage woman was actually calling herself his wife. How immodest. However, he liked it. Chapter 1233, Invitation from Milady. Jiang Yufeng was naturally at the Heaven's Sword Palace at this moment. Meanwhile, Chen Rui Jing was traveling and adventuring in all kinds of places. He was a cultivator, and thus he needed to seek improvement through battles. As for the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, she was currently living in seclusion in the Water Element Valley, which was around 1,500 kilometers from the Han Lin Pavilion. Ling Han decided to visit the heavenly phoenix divine maiden straight away. Toppling the 5 sects could wait until later. After all, this would be a relatively long process. However, he had already made this wife wait for 10,000 years, so he didn't want to make her wait for 1 second longer. He exited the Han Lin Pavilion. Just as he was about to set off, a horse-drawn carriage blocked his path. A woman in azure curtsied at him from within the carriage, and said, "Grandmaster Ling, you have an invitation from Milady." "Who?" Ling Han asked in surprise. "Grandmaster Ling, won't you find out once you get on the carriage?" the woman in azure said with a smile. She had a beautiful disposition. Judging by her outfit, she was probably a maid. However, even a maid like her possessed such a captivating charm. Just how beautiful and seductive was her master. Ordinary people would definitely become lost in a boundless world of fantasies, and readily agree to enter the carriage so that they could witness the other lady's appearance. However, Ling Han was in no mood to do such a thing. He shook his head, and said, "I'm fine." He waved his sleeve and strode off into the distance. "Hey, hey, hey!" The woman in azure hurriedly jumped off the carriage and blocked Ling Han's path. She puffed her shapely chest out, so much so that it almost touched Ling Han. Ling Han had no option but to take a step back. When women became unreasonable, men really had to be careful. Otherwise, if he were to come into contact with her chest, he would definitely be the one getting blamed for taking advantage of her. Definitely. Grandmaster Ling, Milady is one of the most breathtaking beauties in the world. Heaven knows how many talented men are lining up in the hopes of meeting her. However, whether or not Milady meets them is all up to her mood. The woman in azure seemed especially proud, and she continued, "Right now, Milady is going out of her way to invite you for a meeting, yet you're actually going to turn down her invitation? Aren't you afraid that Milady will feel sad?" "What does that have to do with me?" Ling Han asked indifferently. "You're not allowed to turn her down," the woman in azure said. She reached over to grab Ling Han, and said, "Grandmaster Ling, since you're not willing to get on by yourself, I have no option but to force you on." Boom! A formidable aura surged from her body. She was actually a Sun-Moon tier elite. Ling Han was astonished. A mighty Sun-Moon tier elite was actually working as a maid? However, he naturally wasn't afraid. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched at her. Because he had mastered the lightning sword technique and grasped a wisp of heaven's might, his fist was not only lightning quick, but also extremely destructive. Z. There was a chaotic dance of lightning. The woman in azure was stunned. However, it was already too late for her to pull back, and her slender hand collided with Ling Han's fist. Pang! There was a loud thud, and both of them stumbled back. This woman was at the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier. However, she wasn't a star genius, so her power was on the same level as Ling Han's. Yet, Ling Han had unleashed the power of heavenly tribulation, so the destructive power of his fist was far more astonishing. The slender hand of the woman in azure instantly became red and bloodied. Who would have thought? Grandmaster Ling is actually a cultivation elite as well, the woman in azure exclaimed. She channeled a cultivation technique to stop her blood. There was a hint of surprise on her face, though she wasn't panicked. However, since this is Milady's wish, it's best that Grandmaster Ling obediently complies. Her eyes widened slightly. Wang! Two suns and moons materialized behind her. However, they radiated an eerie cold, not a brilliant warmth. Ice and snow instantly formed in the surroundings. Suns and moons merely looked like the sun and moon in the sky. However, some people practiced ice element cultivation techniques, and thus their suns and moons naturally radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She had unleashed her suns and moons. Ling Han nodded in his mind. Sure enough, the overall level of cultivation on this planet was higher than on the Joint Peace planet. At least, he had only ever seen Venerable Trinity unleashing his eternal river in the galaxy that the Joint Peace planet belonged to. As for the others, they only knew how to unleash their power, not how to unleash their mountains and rivers or suns and moons. Anyhow, the bone-chilling cold of her aura was almost about to freeze Ling Han's blood and body. However, this wasn't enough to defeat him. Z. A dense web of lightning instantly erupted from his body, pushing the icy aura 9 meters from his body. "Ice spear," the woman in azure cried softly. A vast amount of icy air condensed to form an ice spear that measured around 3 meters in length. The ice spear viciously stabbed at Ling Han, and as it did so, whirls of frosty wind transformed into countless menacing ice blades. Ling Han tapped a finger in the air, and a profound sword intent that was imbued with the power of lightning surged toward the ice blades. Pa, 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 pa. The ice blades shattered into pieces. Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and asked, "Are you done yet?" The woman in azure brandished her ice spear, and replied, "No." She charged over again, relentlessly stabbing with her spear, and even using it as a staff. Under the effects of her martial intent, streaks of divine patterns materialized on her ice spear, intertwining to form a brilliant glow. Ling Han humphed, and unleashed his full battle prowess. His fists continued to pummel the ice spear. Ka, ka, ka. Cracks started to appear on the ice spear, and after suffering yet another heavy blow, it finally shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the woman in azure's face was as white as a sheet. Her hair was disheveled, and she no longer appeared as beautiful and charming as before. She couldn't help but feel shocked. Ling Han was only at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, yet he was actually able to defeat her head-on. His strength was far too astonishing. However, she wasn't willing to admit defeat. She retrieved a divine seal, and was just about to slap it onto her body. "Qing Luo, enough." An enchanting voice traveled out from the carriage. The owner of this voice was none other than the head of the Treasure Forest Pavilion's big trade city branch, Lin Yuqi. A fragrant breeze blew over, and the door to the carriage opened, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Her figure was perfect, and one couldn't help but become lost in fantasies upon seeing her. Moreover, it was clear that this woman knew how to take full advantage of her charm. She wasn't just standing there. Instead, her slender figure was leaning slightly such that the curves of her body were all accentuated to the extreme. Her beauty was truly intoxicating. "Grandmaster Ling, I'm not some terrifying beast. Are you afraid I'll bite?" she said with a soft laugh. She was as beautiful as a blossoming flower in the wind. Hearing her say this, Ling Han naturally couldn't ignore her and leave anymore. He smiled, and said, "Does Milady have something to tell me?" "Let's get on the carriage first," Lin Yuqi said with a charming smile. Ling Han hesitated briefly before nodding and following her to the carriage. Ling Yuqi turned around and entered the carriage first. She was wearing a red dress that hugged her figure tightly, and standing behind her, Ling Han could clearly see her willowy hips swaying back and forth. Meanwhile, her curvaceous bottom was also tightly hugged by her dress. He could see it swaying with each step she took, and it was truly mesmerizing enough to make one drool with lust. Ling Han had seen his fair share of beauties. Moreover, in terms of charm, Empress Luan Xing was 10 times more enchanting than her. However, in terms of knowing how to display one's beauty in the most seductive and provocative method, this woman definitely took the crown. Even he didn't dare to look too much. He was afraid that he would become too aroused. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.